sick. They can't admit what they feel inside. They love each other, but have too much pride. Just to house to find was Jaffa. They used to find was Jaffa. Forever blessed, can't be knackered. Hearts in sync, they're playing undetected. In a fantasy world, they're both projected. Emotions rise, though they're not detected. I feel close, still you're looking away from me. In this game, what's it take to make you see? I feel pixel by pixel, their hearts collide, hiding their script in avatars they confide. But behind the screens, it's John and Nick. In digital realms where their clocks tick, John wields a sword, Nick a spell. Together they conquer, but never tell. In dungeons deep, or on mystic peaks, they battle side by side. Their bond unique. Secret glances thrown as their avatars strive, wishing for a moment in the real world to thrive. In the coded world they find their escape, but in their hearts it's a different landscape. Avatars brave, but their truths are veiled, hoping their virtual love will be unveiled. I've got your back, but is that all there can be? Through the headsets, soft laughter we share. Yet in silence, about our feelings we're scared. Joysticks tremble like our hidden desires. In the lobby, it's our love that's on fire.
Nick, I love you so. My wife can't know. You are my favorite type of bro. I'd kiss you tight and never let go. John, you're the best, better than all the rest. Much like Jilliet, for what a man can get, I'd hug you tight. 'Cause you're alright. I'd make sweet love to you every night.
Welcome, my friends, to XboxEra. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course, XboxEra.com, your destination for the best news, reviews, and features, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcasts listened to in over 50 countries worldwide, our in-depth reviews, our own merch store for the coolest in gaming threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. We're a small, agile and independent publication, and importantly, we're completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can become one of the cool kids by supporting us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us grow even larger. Thank you for your support. XboxEra is only made possible by the support of an amazing community, and in particular our legendary and growing army of Patreon supporters. Our executive producers, Top, The Scarecrow 121, Peter B, Not Jack, Mohammed Sherez, Kevin S, Korkenstein, Jordan White, Jordan Andow, Frankie C, Terran H, and Britt. Our amazingly generous grand benefactors who take their support and dedication to XboxEra to another level. Cryat56 and Assassin. And then there's our boss, our leader, our shining light in times of darkness, the one and only XboxEra CEO, Torn Raptor. You guys are all fucking awesome. If you enjoy the content XboxEra produce and want more of it, and you're not a patron, consider heading over to patreon.com/XboxEra, pledge your support, and get cool swag in return. Hello, friends, and welcome to episode 232 of the XboxEra podcast. We're here to talk about all the latest in gaming from across the industry, but overall, we focus on your favourite platform, Xbox. XboxEra, as you well know, is a fiercely independent and community-driven publication, and it's all made possible by our wonderful community. That's you guys and people listening at home, particularly, though, our patrons. So big shout-outs to all of our executive producers, but especially our grand benefactors, Cryat56 and Assassin Entertainment, and, without saying, our wonderful CEO, Torn Raptor. Thanks to those changes we implemented a couple of weeks ago with the blessing of aforementioned CEO, all of the XboxEra patrons get the opportunity every week to have their say via community questions. Nick hates it, and that makes me and Jesse love it even more. Speaking of Nicks, I'm joined, as usual, by Special Nick.
Are we on? Are we live?
Yeah, we're live, bro.
What's going on? I've got my coffee early today.
He's full of beans. Oh, fuck. Oh, dear. Yeah.
Oh,
Hi, Jesse. You're here as well.
Okay.
It's going good. It's been a week. Nice. That's good work. That's good. That's good. Do you know what? That's almost worth smashing the like button. You know, if I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna press the like button because I like that new feature. Why don't you do that too, people? I feel like I need to still fiddle with that intro a little bit. It's a little bit long.
I set it to Yeti Classic. Bam. There you go. Now you can hear me. I set it to Yeti while we were going live. I set it to Yeti, and it changed back to default. I do not like.
We can't get producers nowadays.
I tried Streamlabs OBS, and it's shit.
Oh, they can't hear Jesse.
They can now.
Oh, what's that? Oh, nobody can hear John and Nick. What happened? What's going on? Oh, okay, fine.
Jesse did a thing. Go hit the like button, even though you couldn't hear what he did. He made a bounding box on OBS.
They could see that.
All the text.
So before I had to resize things all the time, it's a pain in the ass. Now I don't have to resize it, so I'm happy.
It's
Can't
good
hear
time.
Jesse. Yay.
I don't know about you guys. It's been a hell of a week. I've been really ill this
It
week.
has.
I've been ill, and it's been a video game.
I'm vaccinated. I've been fine. Nothing happened to me this week at all.
My one's weird. So my blood pressure started to get a bit high again. Right.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm on like 10 milligrams of blood pressure medication, and I was for like a year. But I noticed I was getting like a lot of water retention, so my legs would swell, and I was like, "Fuck this!" So I deliberately just cut my tablets in half and took 5 milligrams again. But now the blood pressure's creeping back up, and then the last 3 nights I would go to bed, and I'd be laying there, and then it would feel like my gorge was rising. You know, like that feeling when you're going to be sick, and you're like, "Whoa!" And I'd sit bolt upright, and I'd be fine. I'd be like, "What the fuck?" And I'd try and go back to sleep again, and I'd be like, "Whoa!" So I've had naffle sleep. Apart from last night, I slept pretty good.
That was the feeling that Nick got
Weird.
the entire time we were in Germany whenever he had to hang around with you Brits.
Yeah. Fair. Or eat our food, or talk to us, or anything.
Or anything.
But I'm going to the doctors on Monday, so I'm going to go get it checked out, because better safe than sorry. Right?
That would make you be bankrupt in America.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's free here. I can just go.
For sure.
And I've asked for a different doctor, because my old GP, Dr. Carlos, he once recommended smoking to me, so I figured it's about time to try a new one. Yeah, he's old school. It's free, but you get what you pay for.
He's just making an investment in his future,
Right?
so you can come back for lung cancer later.
Yeah, and you can get all
That's
sorts
all
of
it
stuff.
is.
Oxygen lung tents.
Yeah.
Oh man! But anyway, it's been a week in gaming, that's for sure.
Been
So
a good
before
week.
it's been a good week. But
Super
before we
good
dive
week.
into it, let's talk about what video games we've actually been playing, and some of them are tentatively linked on stuff. And just for the record, I don't know if you're looking at the showrunner, but there are a lot of community questions, and pretty much all of them focus on
around
Halo.
Halo.
So 90%. So we'll just have to keep chucking them in when we get to that topic. But for now, Nick, what have you been playing this week to
Nothing.
while away
Just
the
skip
hours?
Me.
Just skip you.
I have too many games that I'm jumping between, so I have no time for anything new. Like, I haven't beat Astrobot yet. I haven't beat the Prince of Persia DLC yet. I haven't beat Zelda Echoes yet. I haven't beat Space Marine 2 yet. I've got too many games I'm jumping between. I'm working towards trying to beat all of that. And that's all while Fortnite's doing their updates. They've just released the Fortnitemares update like last night, so I haven't had a chance to have a match in it yet. And that's in between, obviously, playing Rocket League. So it's just, it's a little bit too much at the moment. And then Black Ops is going to be here at the end of the month.
It's busy,
Oh my God. And then Indie not far behind that.
Yeah.
And it's just like, man,
Indie,
there's too much.
Indie.
So
There's-
yeah,
there's-
you
I
two
can see-
have been playing stuff, so you two just say it.
Yeah, but just a quick shout out. I can see both Toms in the chat. We've got Tom Warren saying "Evening, gentlemen," and Tom Henderson
both
saying,
of them.
"Oh, how the mighty have fallen."
Yeah, on Jesse. I assume he's talking about Jesse.
Yeah, with the audio, and obviously our wonderful forum and YouTube moderator Britt, who doesn't get enough love. So, hey Britt, thanks for doing all you do, bro. I've been playing an absolutely crazy amount, so I may as well just dive right in. Obviously, now I can talk about it. Mechwarrior 5 Clans. I surmised it might go to Game Pass, and indeed, as per breaking news on Thursday, it is going to Game Pass on day one. I am in the middle of the review. I'm very close to the end of
And that's
this
all you can
narrative
say.
Mechwarrior game, and that's all I can say. If you want my initial thoughts, please do go check out my preview.
Everyone has.
But this is one of those-
It's your
Everyone-
greatest
that is-
performing video you have ever made. By far.
All right. And I bet you, I do the full review and it'll get like 1,000 views, and that's it.
That was Cuphead.
Right.
Remember, I did Cuphead. It did 94,000 for some reason. I don't know why, because everyone reviewed it. But then when it came to the review, it was like 300. It was the weirdest thing.
It is a strange one, but yes, we're going to be doing a full-fledged review. I'm currently playing on PC, so for those wondering how it's going to be performing on Xbox, I will be getting Xbox code. Obviously, the extent of my playtime won't be on that console, but I will include some footage as soon as I can and get some visuals up there of that. I've been playing a lot of that in co-op, which is great. I have been playing Towerborn because it's just had a new Halloween update for autumn. The belfries all changed. There's some really good fixes in there. I've been playing Starship Troopers, which came out yesterday, I believe. Starship Troopers Extermination.
You got some things to say about that on Xbox.
Now, yeah, me and you, Jesse, we played this for a hangout stream on PC.
Yeah, we played a couple hours.
Okay.
It was good,
fine.
dumb co-op fun. 16-player co-op game, full PvE. You have very light base building mechanics, and you're surviving waves of the enemies from
bugs.
Yeah, and it gets crazy and over the top, and it was all right. I liked it. I would give it like a 7 probably.
Yeah, like if you were to just pull a score out of your ass, right? Now, we got Xbox code, so dived in. Oh dear, not a good start. Matchmaking crashed 3 times. Menu buttons lead to different tabs, as if the buttons that they say it's going to do just go elsewhere. And I'm like, okay, that's weird. And then when we finally do get in a game, the performance was poor, but the graphical fidelity was so low that the ground was in darkness or shadow, but the bugs were also silhouetted. So you couldn't see. You literally couldn't see. And it was the same for my co-op companions. No one could see what the fuck we were shooting at. And it was like, this is bad. This is straight up
Did you have
bad.
your flashlights on?
How did that pass cert?
So cert isn't quality. Cert is does it work in general?
No, I know. I thought cert was things like menu buttons working as they should and all that sort of stuff. I thought cert was that stuff.
There's some very dodgy stuff going on. So initial impressions are right now
Lazy cert.
bit rubbish on console at least. Now, as always, we're going to try and stick it out. It was painful to play. The FOV was much shorter, so you felt slower. It felt clunky.
It's not a looker on PC. It's like it looks fine. It looks like a lower budget thing based on an IP that's just trying to have fun, but this should run fine on modern consoles. You would think.
Yeah, the only thing that they kind of brag about a little bit here is their body technology. The bodies are meant to stay on screen and just kind of pile up. But
that would chew the RAM up, wouldn't it?
And I didn't get the impression that they stayed around for long on console. But it was not great. We'll dive back in tomorrow and play some more. But my favorite thing
ballsy to release that the same year Starship Troopers, Helldivers 2 comes out.
Yeah, it's been in early access.
Been in early access for a year, over a year before Helldivers came out, for sure.
Yeah, this is version 1.0. But it seems like a rough 1.0.
It's rough on console. It's definitely much more performant on PC, and it does
fine
have
on PC. And it felt. How does it feel to shoot? Because that is always the toughest thing. Yeah, aim acceleration and dead zone and fine tuning the curve.
And even worse, you can't do any of that. The controls are a blanket sensitivity, so that
was what they had to fix in Redfall on control eventually. It's just letting you fine tune it a bit because not. You know, especially if you've got something like this, or if you got the 8-bit Hall effect joysticks, and you can set that dead zone to 0, and it feels the best it has ever felt.
Yeah. So yes, I can see Trav, as per usual in the chat, causing trouble.
Neither of us
perhaps
enjoyed Starship Troopers.
Starship Troopers was a fantastic film.
The Starship Troopers, the best review of Starship Troopers. Go read Roger Ebert's review of Starship Troopers.
Roger Ebert,
whatever.
There's no R.
Going by habit.
Ebert.
Is it just Ebert? Oh, okay, fair enough. My bad. But yeah, he missed the satirical point and took it seriously, and it's just like,
Have you missed a trick here?
That's come back
So-
around to one of those shithead grifters was like, no, this movie is not anti-fascism. What are you talking about?
No.
And it's like,
Would you like to know more?
like the book is less so. It's really dialed up in the movie. But
Yeah.
they're like, oh, I was just talking about the book, even though the entire conversation was about the movie.
I love that movie. Starship
Yeah,
Troopers
it's okay.
was awesome. It was
alright.
awesome fun.
Anything with abuse scene
Come
in it, I
on, you
can't do.
apes! You want to live forever?
I want to live forever.
Love that film.
So good.
If it had killed
Anyways,
Jake Busey,
I watched
hilariously, I would have been more into
Beetlejuice.
it.
I watched Beetlejuice and Beetlejuice.
Back to
I
back.
watched both because I hadn't seen the old one.
You've never seen Beetlejuice. What did
I
you
had
think?
never
okay.
seen it.
I was never the biggest Beetlejuice fan either, but
Maybe we
We
Beetlejuice,
should do a
Beetlejuice,
Halloween episode. That's
Yeah.
the two Beetlejuice movies.
sure.
Yeah, well, I kind of find Tim Burton movies kind of.
Beetlejuice
Most
is
of
my
them?
favorite one from him in a long time.
I've got to watch it, so I will watch
The
it.
second one is
Yeah.
better than the first
It
one.
is a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I say that as someone who literally just watched them last night back to back. So
Yeah.
the second one is better than the first
In
one.
in chat, Travis will be
and-
saying he didn't like the first one and he really liked the second one. I know that for a fact.
Okay. Yeah, the first one, I watched it and I'm like,
The
I don't
ideas
even
were
know
too
why this
big
is
for
a
the
cult
time.
classic.
Yeah, because it was so weird. It was really weird and out there, but the ideas and like the characters did not. It wasn't something you could do with all practical back then, and you really see what he
Yeah.
wanted it to be. But it felt like sets. It felt like
it
practical.
wasn't just
and
that. It was other weird stuff. Like, straight away, the first 10 minutes of the movie, Alec Baldwin, who almost looks like a different person, he's so young in this film, he looks like Billy Baldwin. He looks like Billy Baldwin when he's young. And I know that's Urdur because they're brothers, but when you look at them now, they don't look that alike. But when you look at Billy Baldwin versus young Alec Baldwin, they look identical. Billy, Stephen, I can never remember which one is which. In the first 10 minutes, Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis drown in the car, right? But their windows are open. Just swim out. Just swim out of the car.
Be a short movie.
We'll
I've never
save
understood
this
Like,
further discussion
this.
for the next
Short
Sick and
movie.
Flicks.
Swim
Yeah,
out
yeah,
of the
we're,
car.
we're
Your
off on a
windows are
tangent here.
open.
So I'm gonna swiftly and delicately bring it back on point. The last thing I played, speaking of spooky things like Beetlejuice, which is a new addition to Games Pass, I love it. I am in love with it already. Inscryption. If you haven't played Inscryption, go give it a download.
Blind.
What
Don't go
the
in
fuck?
there. Don't.
Don't look anything up.
No.
I went in blind, and I'm like,
So if you're like, oh,
my
this,
God.
this is a deck building roguelike, I'm out. Just know it is not just a basic, I'm trying to build up better decks and win. It is its own thing, much more focused on like story and creepiness and stuff. It's very good.
it's very cool.
Don't
It's
look up
very,
any,
very
don't
cool.
read up on it. Don't look up any guides. It's not super long. It's like maybe 10 hours or so, unless you get really stuck on a puzzle. But like, there's a lot more to it than just the deck building part. It's very good. It is fantastic.
I am very much liking it, and it controls great on Xbox. Very intuitive. Runs great on my ROG Ally, and it runs great on PC. So and it's play
And-
anywhere.
Yeah.
So you can carry that progress
funnily enough,
wherever you go.
It is not play anywhere. It does not have that tag, but it is cross-buy, cross-play, cross-save. That's the thing people get mad about. It doesn't say play anywhere on the store listing if you look at it.
I'm pretty sure it does.
I did. I posted friggin' pictures of it. Fine, I'll friggin' load this whole
It's
page
not
up.
worth an argument, but I was pretty sure it said it was play anywhere. Maybe I'm wrong.
They might have added it after now, because that has also been a thing where people start yelling at them, saying, hey, why aren't these Final Fantasy Pixel remasters saying play anywhere? They're play anywhere, and they fixed it a couple days later. But yeah, no, it
No,
still
it
doesn't.
doesn't
It does
say
not
it.
say play anywhere. So that's the thing,
How
Jez
weird.
and other people compare about it. It is the moment you see playable on, and everything's listed in playable on, cross-buy, cross-save, everything. It is play anywhere. They just haven't ticked the play anywhere box. But it is. So that is,
It is.
that is the annoying. Like you can search play anywhere on the Xbox app and see 150 things, but there's like 50 plus more missing. like RPG Time, Legend of Right, and originally the Pixel remasters and Inscryption and other things that are Play Anywhere. They just didn't click that in their form on the back end.
That's so weird. But yes, it's really good. Go give that a go. Like that's a great game, especially for this time of year, I suppose. Yeah, but that's everything. So I've been playing quite a lot, and I've finished playing Niva, and that's coming out on Tuesday.
In a few days.
Yeah. And I don't know if I can say when it is.
You cannot.
Obviously,
you
at
can
some
never
point, on or around release.
Yeah, sometimes on or before release is all we get to say, unless they explicitly, implicitly say that we're allowed to talk about it.
Yeah, but there you go. It's. I mean, I've just been drowning in fun stuff to play lately, and next week's looking even better. So I'm a happy man. I'm a happy camper. What about you, Jess? What are you playing lately?
I've been doing a review for the Retro Realms Halloween and Ash vs. Evil Dead, which is like a little 2D pixel, really pretty art. So it's Retro Realms. That's the name of the game. Within Retro Realms, you get different arcade machines. The first two are a Halloween game and an Ash vs. Evil Dead game. One thing they show in the trailer, though, is you can use any of the characters in either game. So you can pull Ash into Halloween or Jason. I think the other two characters are Laurie Strode from Halloween and Kelly from the Ash vs. Evil Dead show. And anyone can be in any of them. And it's probably going to leave room for more stuff if this one does okay. So I'll have a review for that. I believe it comes out next week as well. Waiting on hearing if I'm able to get Batman Arkham Shadow. Comes out on the 22nd for the Quest. So hopefully if I am, it's in soon. And then Dragon Age. I really hope they give a lot of time on that one because it's going to take a while.
Yeah.
But the main things I've been playing first is Metaphor ReFantazio, which is how Phil Spencer said it at the Tokyo Game Show. So I'm guessing that is how it is pronounced. If you like Atlas, this seems as a far and away one of their best. Like I liked Persona.
Amazing reviews.
Well, they are a studio that always gets that. You look at everything they've done. They are default 90 like From Software because they make really good stuff in a very specific niche that they have created. They have created this calendar-based, narrative, turn-based RPG, and this is their first one outside of like what they did Shin Megami Tensei and Persona for a while. Then they split off with Soul Hackers, which used a lot of the SMT demons in it. This one started work or was announced in 2016. Project Zero.
Really?
Yeah. This game, I am pretty sure, runs on Persona 5's PlayStation 3 engine. And it looks like it, technically.
Yeah.
But
it's weird because it
it's
looks
still
gorgeous, but it's also ugly.
It's
Do
all
you know what I
art
mean?
style.
That's art style. Yeah.
Like, so
I've downloaded the demo.
There's a ton of animated cutscenes that are gorgeous, but then when you get into the game, it's super crystal clear PlayStation 3 graphics with incredible art style. Like it would look at home on a 360. Like, but if you made it very fuzzy, like if you watch a stream at 480p or something. Yeah, no, it's got one of the best looking UIs I've ever seen. Like it's a little busy, but it's just incredible to look at.
Very trendy. It's very trendy looking.
And the guy one of the guys who worked on it was like, yeah, it's a real pain in the ass, but it's worth it.
Yeah, the menus are incredible just to watch them be navigated.
And this is, Nick, there is no game that's ever been less for you. Don't bother with the demo. Yeah. It is all story, and the only gameplay is generally turn-based combat, and it's very quick. There is overworld combat, where you're pressing X and you're trying to hit things to stun them to get an advantage. You can kill weak ones right away with that, or you get an advantage in the turn-based times fighting stuff. But this game is all really weird story beats and just super cool, crazy shit, incredible music. Like I didn't care for the high school Persona stuff very much, but then when they went into their, mental realms and everyone's looking all cool, it was cool. But this, the entire time, is just this weird, medievally fantasy, almost modern age looking thing where there's this dream world that is our world that one guy seems to know about and can access and writes about, and all the demons. So there's always like demon characters in their games, but instead in this one, they're humans, and they're really fucked up, weird versions of us or ducks or teeth or like just weird things from our world, and their insane, crazy art style that you're fighting. And like slime monsters and other shit you see in every friggin' JRPG. You've got a team. You can set them up with different, essentially Evangelion-looking models that are like these hierarchy superpowers that are like mage and warrior. They're all the typical archetypes. They're even called archetypes, but they look cool as shit whenever you use your magic. It's an enormous game. It's like 100+ hours. It's probably 170 if you want to probably do and see everything. In this clip that's playing right now that you guys are going to see in 20 seconds, like you look at the walls and textures, and you're like, wow, this looks like someone's running a 2003 game at 4K on a PC on the wall texture and like the lack of shadows and stuff. It's crazy that it still looks so good so often, but then the environment.
I mean, it just feeds into my repeated argument that games look good enough and art style will win out over anything else. So let's all stop chasing realism and just focus on the good stuff.
And the more fidelity you go for, the less you can make over time. And I do think that is that's an advantage for a lot of these companies that don't push visual tech, because they can just keep reusing stuff. Like, how do so many Atlas games come out? How do so many Yakuza Like a Dragon games come out? They liberally reuse stuff because they're not trying to always improve every single thing graphically, and it leads to just getting a lot more really good shit. But yeah, if you are into calendar based, so you've got like a certain amount of time to get stuff done, it feels more generous than Persona, but I might be wrong. I'm only like 4 hours into it. It is still that calendar based thing for you've got a certain amount of time to get some stuff done. So there is that timer element, which can drive people mad. I'm not a huge fan of it. That's why I only would ever play Persona with a guide, so I don't miss everything. But you know, it seems incredible. Like one of the
you know what's unfortunate?
Jesus
though?
Christ!
You know what's sad about this game? How much it's failed due to the Xbox marketing. It's really unfortunate that Atlas. It's really sad and unfortunate for a new IP that Atlas went to Xbox and begged them to market this game for them.
It's disgusting.
Like I was talking to my grandmother the other day, and we were talking about Metaphor ReFantazio, and she's like, "Isn't that an Xbox exclusive?" I'm like, "No, yeah. It's on PlayStation as well. It's
And
a
PC.
multiplat." And she's like, "Oh wow, I saw all the ads with Xbox logos. I thought it was an Xbox game."
Guess what, folks? It works. That's why it's going to be really gutting for all those Xbox fans out there when PlayStation get the Grand Theft Auto marketing next year.
She was so relieved I told her, because now she can buy it on her PlayStation 5.
And we're
She
gonna
was wrapped.
Did I have it in there? I don't even know that I have it in the news anymore. Yeah, but it's not in the news, so we can just say, yeah, it was shockingly enough, unbelievably well reviewed, and their fastest selling game ever.
Yeah, it's already
Even
hit
with
1 million
Xbox
sales.
marketing.
Over 1 million.
Wow.
Well, that was the thing. Like, Persona was always this long-running, beloved series that only hit 10 million, I think, after it finally came to PC. Like, and had been up through 5 and many re-releases, but it had only ever been on PlayStation. So it didn't sell that many copies. And the moment they went multiplat, that is always the thing I keep getting. Like, we keep trying to say to people that I know, that I understand are worried about future support on the console, and it mostly just comes down to, I think a lot of these companies realized you have to just be everywhere. They're all PCs now. You should just be on everything. They are all different, yes, but not so different that you don't have a Metal Gear 4 that literally only works on PlayStation hardware. You have all these games that you make for PC and then you port to other places, so it's not some crazy idea to just get it everywhere. And you will sell more copies. It is worth it.
It's almost like PlayStation fanboy YouTube comedians don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Don't say that, Nick. Come on.
It's rude.
Don't be mean. But yeah, no, congratulations to Atlas. Like it's over 1 million copies sold. It's like it's beaten Final Fantasy 16
in a day.
Most concurrent for an Atlas title, I think, on Steam, and it's beaten
this
Final
I've only
Fantasy
had
16.
one other, I think.
This didn't get a Game Pass release to get that extra sort of eyes on
Marketing
push.
bump.
You know what it is, and it does say it on its store page. It is Play Anywhere.
Play anywhere.
Yes.
Yeah. Which means
Someone
that
gave away a copy.
Yeah.
Someone gave away a copy on Gaz's stream. I'm like, oh man, I missed it.
you would never
play it.
Nick,
Why?
it is entirely a story game, and you lose everything if you skip the dialogue. And there's like 100 hours of dialogue.
I'll try the demo. Because every once in a blue moon, a JRPG comes along that I enjoy. So like Grandia, Skies of Arcadia, Blue Dragon. Every once in a blue moon, a JRPG comes along that I don't mind. I'll give the demo a go and see what happens.
Oh, and I do want to mention,
see.
we had a
Just
super
never
chat
know.
earlier. It's about Halo, so we'll get to it when we're doing the Halo news.
Yes,
We will,
I've got
we
it
will.
on my other screen for that.
As we're talking about Nick and playing cutscene filled games, and I've pinged you with some details so that Nick won't lose his mind with the timestamps. There is a community question from Jazail.
Yes.
Asking specifically about this, Nick, and he says, Nick and
Yes.
story games.
Can
Hey,
I read
guys,
it?
You can read it if you want.
Okay, community question number 1 from
Look, I'm
Jazail.
I'm
Is
even
Jesse-
getting it up on the screen for you, even though I
Yes,
wrote it
good.
down below.
for
It's
my
going to look dumb as
timestamps,
shit,
yes.
but it's there.
Nick and story games. Hey guys, just wondering, what would it take for Nick to do a stream where he has to play a story-heavy game and not skip the cutscenes? Thanks, y'all, and have a good day. It would be the most boring stream in history while I just sit there and watch a bunch of movies and read a bunch of text. It
See,
would be the most
I
boring
streamed Metaphor ReFantazio, and a lot of the game is not voiced because there is so much text. They don't do all of it. They do the main cutscenes. So I read out all of the text in funny voices
God.
that I thought matched the people. That's how you make those streams good.
The thing that bugs me about games with loads of text is I can read faster, typically, than the game displays it, and it really pisses me off if it doesn't let me skip. Just let me skip. Like, skip forward. I can read it faster than you can print
I've
it.
been doing it since the old days. Like, I've been doing that stuff
You can
since I was
skip all
a
of
kid.
that. Once you've read it, you
Even
can
in-
skip the text. Yes.
Even in Echoes, Zelda Echoes, like there's just this constant, and I'm just going, bloop, 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 bloop. Yep, just let me make a bed to get across this bridge. Just let me make a bunch of beds so I can hurry up and get to where I need to get to. Stop throwing words at me, please.
So
Just
the game is half of a visual novel. Like you're watching people talk to each other, but the moment you read it, you can skip. You're not stuck watching all of it unless it's an animated cutscene. So that's either skip or watch. But all the conversations, so there's auto, which is the moment. So a lot of the conversations are voiced, and when you're listening to the voice, you can have it automatically just keep going right to the next one the moment they're done talking, or you can press A if you've already read it and you want to skip. And when it's not voiced, same thing, you can just press A and skip once you've read it,
Nice.
or have it auto and it will go through the text automatically.
But look, if anyone wants to send a code my way anyway, I won't
I
say
can
no.
ask their PR. They gave me an extra.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's how I streamed it. I wasn't spending $70. I don't have any money.
Well, that's what we've
I
been
didn't even,
playing.
You know what? I didn't even say. We talked about it last week. I think it was last week. Okay, after the hurricane.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
I completely forgot.
Obviously.
Most of this city has no power or electricity, so it's not like nothing happened. Like most of Tampa and its almost million residents.
Is everything with you okay?
Yeah, so it was
Selfishly.
a bunch of roof tiles ripped off. A lot of the trees around here knocked down or completely beat up, so they had to chop them down. So there's just trees and branches everywhere out there to be picked up. But we lost power for 0.1 seconds, where it flickered on and off. The internet was down for about 5 minutes until it booted back up, and that was it.
Yeah.
Everyone around us
pretty
says
good.
it's still out. Like most people won't get it back till next week. It's been really rough.
Pretty good.
But here with
good.
everything's underground, all of our wiring, it's not on poles, so
Yeah.
we lucked out. Especially because the hurricane, right before it was going to hit Tampa and push a lot of water, into the city and kill a lot of people. It went a sharp right and went to Sarasota just south of us. And actually, because of the wind movement, sucked all the water out of the bay. And they had to put out a thing saying like, hey, don't be idiots and go walk on the bay because there's no water in it because the water's going to come back.
The Hurricane probably didn't want to watch the horrible Xbox marketing for Metaphor ReFantazio. Just did a hard right.
Well, and that was the funny
left.
thing. It was excellent marketing, and that is what pissed people off because it's been everywhere, but with an Xbox logo and only an Xbox logo. Kind of like NBA 2K is everywhere with only a PlayStation logo.
Only a PlayStation logo.
Yet it's still one of the top-selling games on Xbox quite often.
Yep.
Shock.
Yep.
I don't know if I had them in there, but I think that might have been in the. I didn't put the Circana stuff in there. The Circana numbers.
I think that's it.
Well, I've been.
What else have you guys been playing?
Diablo 4 still good. Story not the best, but where the story leads off to could be interesting. Just for $40, I still feel a little let down.
Fair. Yeah.
A little bit. It's
$40
good.
Is a chunk of cash.
Yeah.
But that's everything we've been playing, and I think, hopefully, Nick's been reading his messages. There's a community question that will just help us close this out because it's nice to hear about what we've been playing, at least according to Xbox Era Patreon member Mattress.
Oh, okay. Mattress must be new. Mattress.
Right.
He is new. He joined.
You know, it will
last
make us
week.
a lot easier if you tell me where they asked. If you said on the forums, yes. Okay, I see it. It's on
This
the
is
forum.
on the form, the
Thank
Google
you.
form.
Boom, got it.
Mattress. Balatro. Hi, Xbox Era crew. Not a question, just a statement. Thanks for all the awesome content week after week and the recommendation of a great game like Balatro. Your continued mentioning of it prompted me to purchase, and this game is great.
Yes,
man.
it is.
Repeating
100%.
yourself works. I repeat myself all the time. It works, man.
Yeah, and look,
I talk about control, but I ran out. I got to get some more.
if you liked
nothing.
Balatro, go check out Inscryption because that's another one I was like, whoa, this is great. And it's
is.
it's
They are
old.
nothing
It came out in
alike.
2021. Yeah, they're nothing alike, but I still think if you get into that card mechanic, you have to then be suddenly taken off the beaten path. Going blind. It's great.
So, like,
It's
if you're
great.
like, oh, Balatro is all about this, unlocking cards and getting higher scores. Inscryption is a story thing. So, but if you can
my
deal with
daughter
cards, it's great.
Started playing Balatro. My daughter started playing it. She enjoys it. She's about to turn 13. She doesn't know poker though, so she doesn't know the hands that she can play. Right now, she just sticks the pairs and two pair and like three of a kind and stuff.
I think it tells
I'm
you
trying
too.
to explain.
I think they have
I'm
the
trying
thing in
to
there. Yeah.
I don't know, but I'm trying to explain to her. Look, ace, king, queen, jack, 10, straight. You got a straight. Do the straight. Oh, look, all those diamonds. There's 5 diamonds there. That's a flush. So I'm trying to like help her out, but she's playing Balatro on her iPad. She enjoys it.
It's a good game.
Good game.
yeah,
I own it 4 times and I've never paid for it.
I've paid
own
for it once
and
on
I paid
Switch.
for it twice.
Once
So-
on Switch. I got a code from Jesse on Xbox. It's part of Apple Arcade, so I've got it for free on the iPad, and then I bought it on Switch. I sent him a message, local thunk, to say, dude, have you thought about an account system?
Yeah,
Just so everything can, like, it's just, I feel like I'd play it even more if it had an account system, because I'll go to play it on iOS, and I'm like, oh my God, I've got to unlock all this stuff again. I'm like,
I feel like that's a big leap though for a lot of indie devs to have something. That
it
links
probably
across
is. I'm
everything.
not saying it's easy to do or whatever.
aware.
I just,
People
he
asking
didn't reply, of course. I just sent a message saying, dude, have you thought about an account system? It would really help. Like, it's 2024. We're almost in 2020, getting towards 2025. Let's start to make these things like Ubisoft's cloud saves, multi-plat cloud saves, like account systems, like cross progression. Like, part of the reason these games as a service games succeed and have such long tails is things like cross progression. It's great that I can jump on Fortnite literally anywhere and all my stuff is just there. It's just there, no matter what device I'm playing it on.
Yeah.
That is the future. That is the way everything should be. I'm not saying it's easy. It's just the way everything should be. It's so good.
We're going to save the Halo super chat. We'll get to that, but we have got a member for 3 months chat and a super chat from something right up your alley.
The member for 3 months chat relates to a news.
Yeah, we'll save that for the news. I'll put it in our chat.
It relates to a news beat. But there's a super chat from Linda Ferguson. Hi.
Look at the. Can you hear the excitement in this man's voice, Nick? Come on, calm down, and don't give out your personal details and number. Okay?
Hi.
Just...
What is your Xbox gamer names, please? It's my name. Special Nick. No underscore. Oh, actually, it's got an underscore on PlayStation because PlayStation can't do spaces.
Woof.
So on PlayStation, it's as you see it there on the screen. Everything else, take the underscore away.
Yeah, same for me. Sick Mechanico everywhere, except on
without
Twitter.
those underscores. Without those
no underscores. Everywhere else, it's Sick Mechanico. So, yeah.
Jesse?
No.
Why?
Why would I?
Why not?
It's already on all the streams. Go watch our material, get us some earnings, and you'll know.
I've been getting friend requests, and I'm like, guys, I don't have that software update. I can't accept any of your friend requests.
I would
can't
say,
accept any of them.
Why do you want to know?
Maybe they want some friends.
Wow, what's the big deal?
You guys are more trustworthy than me.
It's a two-way relationship now.
I wasn't going to bring this up. I had a really weird day on the XboxEra Discord. Where
I saw this, yeah.
Where someone's 6-year-old child has bombarded me, one of our newer patrons. Not going to say who or anything like that. Hopefully when they get home from work, they give their kid a talking to, because I have gotten like 100 messages and 30 or 40 phone calls from this little kid. They're bored and they want someone to talk to. And they saw me talking in the Discord, and so they just latched onto me. And I know I have a 19 and a 15-year-old. I remember how they were at that age. They are incredibly determined that I must talk to and hang out with them. And I don't know how to say, I am a 42-year-old father of 2. I am not going to talk to a random 6-year-old on Discord in a video chat. I'm very sorry.
Smart.
But they got very mad at me and said angry faces. Like, talk to me. I'm bored. I'm like... Boy,
I don't even know if my son would have known how to do that at 6.
That's why I didn't know it was a 6-year-old at first, because they write very well. They were writing kind of like a normal person, but then as I got mad, the little kid stuff came. No,
I reckon you were being trapped. I reckon you were being lured into a trap.
Because when I went to it's a patron. It was only it was in the patron chat. When I went to click no on something, they had already were in a video call. You know, Discord, you can be in a call, the other person then joins, and I see it's just a little kid holding a phone up to their face in the video call. It was just a little kid on their parents' phone. I was like, I'm backing away. I'm going to put this on mute, and I'm going to send an email to the Patreon email that's on record saying, hey, look at this. Take better care of your phone or something. I don't know. But yeah, I was like... Because and I got like 13 voice clips of this little kid saying, and I played them for my wife. It's this little kid saying, "Hey, I hope you're not mad at me," and I type back and I'd say, "I'm not mad at you. Just I'm busy working.
Man,
please stop calling me." It's really
the way some kids behave, it freaks me out, man. I'm like, what are you guys doing with your kids? My son would be too terrified to do anything like that. He'd be too terrified of the repercussions. I don't understand how this happens.
Yeah, that is
another super chat.
It sounds a little bit like what my kind of thing my son would have done in the early days. Like when my mates came down, he'd add like his Uncle Tom, his Uncle Bart, and then they get back and they might just be playing, and he just spamming that invite button, spam, and they're like, dude, stop it. And I'm like, they'll just block you, bro.
Yeah, but they don't know. They don't know at that age.
No, I know.
This
I
is
had
all...
a conversation with him about it, and he's calmed right down now. So
It's like, think of when your sister's annoying you. That's how you were being to them. That's how they felt. We had another super chat from Linda.
Yeah,
Nick.
Linda's followed up.
Another super chat from Linda Ferguson. I am 37 years old and played a lot of games in Gamerscore. Just as Gamerscore. I assume there was meant to be a picture there. Gamerscore should probably put in what a Gamerscore is. Yeah, it says object. So an image did not come through, but it has something to do, I assume, with Gamerscore. Thanks, Linda.
I have 120,000 gamer score. I don't know. I don't pay attention to it.
I'm 185, 187.
I've never gone for achievements, so they're all just byproducts of reviewing stuff lately. When I started doing reviews, I think I was like, and the account was literally from November 2002, and I think it had like 25K. Just never went for them. So I had started using a different account, but then, and my brother was using the old one, but he didn't play a ton of different stuff, and he never cared about achievements. And then he made his own account, so I went back to the original one, and that's now gained like 100 grand, but that's mainly just because I reviewed so much.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, okay.
But all right, that's everything we've been playing.
That was a tangent.
It was. We did go off on a few there, but hey, that's par for the course on this show. Let's dive into the news of the week. And obviously the banner topic, the big deal.
We're not going there yet.
Oh.
Okay.
I'd like to save that.
Okay. We'll go with the other news. Let's do
Tom Warren,
Warren's
who's in the
news,
chat.
because he's in the chat.
Our friend who we met in the UK.
He came around and played a little game of Console Wars, the card game.
And I discovered,
and he's tall.
Also has an appreciation for beautiful house music, as evidenced by what was playing on Spotify in his EV on his way back to John's house.
That was so cool, though, that we managed to keep that secret because he just came around the corner and you were like,
oh, I was so excited when I saw Tom.
You were bad at keeping it secret. You were like, oh, we need two tables. We need two tables. And Nick's like, why the fuck do we need two tables? We don't have that many people.
I didn't think of it. I was just like, I was wondering why. I was wondering why we were so desperate for two tables when we all fit on one just fine. But I had no idea.
It was fun.
Tomorrow
yes,
was
Nate Dogg.
Was...
I trust no one on the internet. I just don't. Not by default.
I was so excited.
It was good. But yeah, Tom Warren is in the news, being the man that's bringing the news, because Xbox Cloud Gaming is apparently going to let you stream your own games in November, with Microsoft expanding its game streaming services to thousands more Xbox games. I'll put a link into the chat.
I will say, it's not everyone gets to do everything in November.
No, this is select. I'm going to clarify.
Yeah.
So this is going to be select titles, and it's going to be first tested with Xbox Insiders. And then it will be expanded to, the Great Unwashed and more games.
There was clarification from Jez on why, and it's because they had a system set up for all the games in Game Pass that get cloud deals, so 300-400 titles on all these different server blades. And if you are expanding that to many thousands of titles, that means those server blades now need many terabytes of storage, because you are adding in a lot of games. And quite often when people would see a queue, it could actually have been the game copying from one server to another so that you could even play it. So it wasn't always you are in queue with other people ahead of you. It was you are in queue so this can copy. So now they are working on the system and figuring out how do we get all of the games that are going to be in, because also it won't be every game. You look at the
publishers will choose to hold stuff back,
or they've already got cloud deals for Luna or GeForce that you're only on here, so they can't be somewhere else. You look at the PlayStation version, which no one ever talks about. It's been out. It does 4K. It lets you do things you own, but it's like 100 or 200 games in that list in a couple of countries. So they are at a much bigger scale. So it's going to take longer to make work right.
Yeah. And this came out after Xbox president Sarah Bond revealed that, hey, we'll be able to sell games directly in the Android app next month. This is all off the back of taking advantage of the
Epic suing Google
versus Google win, which has basically opened up Android entirely for third-party stores. I've seen a lot of confusion around this though, and people pinging, and I I'm hoping everybody can clarify together. People saying, well, I've been able to buy PlayStation games on the Android store on my
Correct.
PlayStation app for
And
ages.
on iOS. And on
So
iOS.
Why is this such a big deal for Xbox and Microsoft, Nick?
Yes, so I was initially a little bit confused as well, and then my person from Microsoft reached out and reminded me of why. So the Xbox app has remote play.
Yeah.
The PlayStation,
PlayStation
app
one
does
is
not.
separate.
So the PlayStation has a separate remote play app. So Apple has no issue with that because you're not buying the games and playing them in the app. Apple would want a cut of that.
Right.
But because the Xbox app has the remote play, they'd want a 30% cut because you'd be able to buy it and play it there in the app.
That's so dumb.
It's Apple being fuckheads. Like,
Yeah.
Apple are dickheads. There's no doubt about it. And I say that as, hello,
And
an
Apple wanted
fanboy.
Apple wanted a separate app for every cloud game. Like they're that level
Yes.
of petty.
Yes, petty.
Absolute jokers.
Yeah, they're just dickheads. Like they're 100% dickheads. But yes, it's good. I don't know what's going to happen with iOS. I guess it's just same way Fortnite's been off iOS forever. This will be a similar situation, I guess.
I think at some point, I mean, the difference between, like, Apple won their case against Epic, or their case with Epic, right? To a degree.
Yeah, because Google messed up real bad by doing behind the scenes deals to make sure things were only on them, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And this is still only in America, so it's only for us. All of you got to go to xbox.com/play.
I wonder
But
what
you
other
can
cool
buy stuff, I
features.
think.
I wonder what other cool features are coming with Xbox Cloud.
They seem more invested in it again. When it was definitely shut up, Nick. It was definitely slower for. I'm hovering over mute. It was. It was definitely.
You know, I've just pictured in my brain is that it's not Al Pacino, it's Robert De Niro. You know, the one where he's the
You
kid.
are good. You are very good.
Everyone in the chat like, what are they talking about?
I don't normally yell at Nick about, but
Yeah.
yeah, they definitely seem to be a little. When ABK was going through, they were in treading water xCloud mode because they saw that become the big thing with the CMA, and they had to, cry wolf and pretend they suck, and people have bought it so hard that they still believe it now, that everything's just bad and they're terrible. So, yeah, it's it will be interesting to see what they do, where they go, especially if they do new hardware and they have better encoders, because AV1 is magic at lower, like you can do 6K AV1 and it looks like 10 or 12K H.264 and 265. So I will be, I hope they push that type of stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff though.
Good stuff coming with Cloud.
Yeah.
Good on them.
I like it.
Well done,
Innovation
Microsoft.
in the space.
Nick, tell us about the bitrate. I assume the bitrate is garbage, like it has been on xCloud for some time.
It's a dynamic. So a game like Vampire Survivors uses more, as you'll notice, because it is super pixelated. So it looks really bad at a low bit rate. But yeah, a lot of it is, it costs more to run things hotter. It's cheaper. The more bandwidth you use, the less bandwidth you use. So in the end,
I
at
will
the scale
maintain-
they're doing, I don't think it's going to change.
I will maintain that if you have a Samsung TV, get the Xbox Cloud app. It's very good. It is without being a smartass, or exaggerating on the other end of the extreme. On the other extreme, it is a very genuinely decent experience to play xCloud on a Samsung TV. I don't know what it is about the tech involved in that app on a Samsung TV specifically, but they've managed to figure something out.
Is it the feeling
where
or the
it
look?
runs both.
A newer
I've played
version of
Fortnite.
Bluetooth and really good upscale.
I don't know.
Would be my guess.
But I've played Fortnite with it, even on a 2020 Samsung, which didn't get added until much later. So there's something with that app and Samsung TVs where they've managed to make it a very cool experience. on Samsung TVs specifically. But in terms of bit rate, man, GeForce Now, oh boy.
Yeah. Well, that's a different kettle of fish. But yeah, it's good times. I like seeing all of this new stuff. Am I still skipping the biggest story of the week for now?
Yeah. We're going to save
that
it for
case,
the end
you
because
can
we're going to
deal
be
with
talking about
some of
that.
these
We're going to be
super
talking about
chats.
that for a long time.
There's some super chats all
There
about
are some
you,
super
Nick.
chats. Holy shit. So where are we here? Let's
SteamDeck
talk
ones.
about. So, wait.
Is it even older?
We'll do these
Oh, yeah, they
next
are
two
even more.
super chats
Jesus.
together because they basically create a separate topic. Good old Collingwood. Nick, how come you're not at PAX Oz? Well, I didn't get a ticket on time. Risk It for the Biscuit, who's in the chat, he's down here in Melbourne at PAX. I think he even did a panel. We were supposed to catch up last night, but we did not because his panel finished at an awkward time for me, and then his son wanted to go to a bar here that does gaming and shit as well. So it was just going to be too hard for us to catch up. So hopefully next time Risk It can come down to Melbourne a bit longer and we can catch up. But unfortunately, we did not this time. As to me, I didn't get tickets in time. And honestly, it's one of those things where I need to be well prepared in advance. Like I want to get those wireless Rode mics, maybe have a selfie stick and actually maybe do content.
Those
for
cheap
Xbox
little
Era.
mics John had were surprisingly good. We were just too busy to
Yeah,
really use
I know,
them.
but I'm one of those
$20,
people that... I know, but I'm one of those people that likes to spend a bit of money and get the good stuff.
Wait, can you get those ones for free from your friend? You just had to have them shipped.
Oh, yeah, I've still got to get Jason to see if he can get them for me. But he needs to come down to Melbourne for me to get them. Otherwise, I want to try and buy them. But they're like $700 Australian
Yeah,
for
so
the
no.
good road ones. And I want to be able to do it properly. You know, and get a camera, maybe walk around, talk to people, and do it right. And I really wanted to meet Shoes down here for PAX. Yoshida-san. And I really want to meet him. He seems like the coolest bloke. Which reminds me, I got my Astro marshmallows. Those Astrobot marshmallows. Man, you know how nice those marshmallows were? I should have kept them, but like, they're marshmallows. How long can you keep them? Even if you freeze them, how long can you keep them? God, they were nice. So nice. Ryan, as a follow-up to this super chat, because it all relates. Nick, you buying a Steam Deck? Coming to Australia. So Valve is at PAX, where they've officially revealed that the Steam Deck is going to be sold in Australia from next month, which is fantastic news. Too little too late, because most people that wanted one went and got one through the grey sellers or whatever they call them, or imported them.
Newer ones.
Pricey.
Though. Yeah.
Yes, the OLED. Pricing is extremely reasonable compared to what people were paying to import them. So you've got your basic Steam Deck, which is like $650 Australian. You've got the 512 OLED for, I want to say, $849. And then you've got the 1 terabyte OLED for $1,049, which that's pretty reasonable. I thought they were going to be so much more than that. I'm not saying that's cheap. I'm just saying relative to what I was expecting and relative to what other people have been paying to import them.
Completely dead.
That's a pretty good price. Whether I get one or not, I don't know, Ryan. My Steam library is big, but I've got like 400 Epic games from everything Epic's been giving away for the last... How many years
I
has
have
been
the
Epic
Epic
been
Game
giving
Store
away
installed
games?
on here.
Yeah, but don't you have to hack it and do all this other bullshit?
You had to go in. I had to go into desktop mode, but that was it. It's pretty automated.
Is that?
Also, it's dead because I don't know that I've used it since I came back from Dragon Age.
Right, that's
Oh,
the
okay.
Lenovo, though, isn't it?
No, it's
Oh,
a
that's
Steam
the Steam
Deck.
Deck. Sorry.
Like, look, if it's easy to get everything on there, then I may get one. But I'm like, the ROG Ally, it's a Windows PC. It's just, I could just treat it like a Windows PC and get everything on there. And it's a bit more powerful than the Steam Deck. I don't know. I am tempted because I've seen people who have set up their Steam Decks as really good emulation machines. And it looks fantastic and right up my alley. So it'd be really cool to have all my stuff in that one place on a handheld that I can dock. So it is extremely tempting, and I'd probably go for the 1 terabyte just because that's how I am.
Yeah, that's what they sent me.
But I'm legitimately thinking about it.
I love my ROG Ally.
I think
the only sore point about the ROG is Windows. Like it's okay, I can run anything, great, but also because it gets in the way, and it's just like
how is their launcher?
It's where you actually end up missing Windows 8 like a lot because it was built for touch. And
how
Windows
is the ROG
11
launcher? Because I've actually found the new version of the Lenovo ones handles it all fine.
The ROG launcher is pretty good, but like when it comes to like because RetroArch is an emulation kit that's on Steam, so you can use it through Steam and then load it up, and then that's got its own launcher. And you can design it the way you want, and yeah, it's very similar. My ROG's in the lounge, so I don't have it here.
30 things installed.
The launcher's good, and Inscryption is now my ROG Ally game for sure.
Yeah, I do think with your Xbox account, Nick, compared like an Ally X would be better for you. So it pretty much goes like this: the Ally and the Ally X, the Ally and the Go, are mobile devices that you will mostly keep plugged in while you're using. The Ally X has a big enough battery you can get a few hours out of it with modern titles. You can get a ton of hours out of most of them with old indie titles or older things. The SteamDeck is the most efficient for more modern titles. It can't play everything. Can't play some things with certain versions of anti-cheat. Some things just don't play well with Linux. Other things like Unreal Engine 5 just does not run well on it. If it's too resource heavy, it can be rough. You've got to be okay with a low frame rate. Like you lock it at 30, maybe 40 or 45 because it's a 90 hertz refresh. So if you lock something at 45, have it low to medium, it can play most things. It's just not. It's going to be best always with a Steam version of stuff. For us who are more either Epic Games Store for yourself on PC just because it was free, or Play Anywhere and like Xbox stuff, Game Pass especially, I would say Ally X.
And that's the problem. My Epic Games library is unbelievable. It has fantastic games in it, and my GOG library is really, really good as well. So it's like that's what hurts the Steam Deck for me.
I've got both on there and running. It's a couple of steps to do it, but it's still PC stuff. And if you're not super into PC stuff, especially Linux PC stuff, which is very weird, it can be more of a pain. Also, AMD probably, maybe it's CES when we get like the new NVIDIA cards and stuff. Maybe they'll show off and give dates for their Strix series, which is the next level of mobile chips, which are way more efficient. So you can get the better performance without having any battery, but it's way more expensive. So I would not be surprised if those are like $100 more across the board.
There's also a super chat from Risket, who we tried to catch up last night. We couldn't. We were in WhatsApp group. I've spoken to Risket. We FaceTimed in Germany. We were both at the airport waiting for flights. I played the ROG, MSI, and Steam Deck now. I think the OLED Steam Deck is the best of it. Yes, Apple are dicks. I'm an Apple guy. They are. Most Apple people are like Nintendo people in so much as we hate Apple, but we love Apple, if that makes sense. Like, Apple drives us insane with their bullshit, but we can't help ourselves. We are with Apple. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I do think with all of these handhelds, the Ally's got the best overall, not in looks, but it has VRR. So especially on PC, you're getting a lot of variable performance. You don't feel it as much. The OLED goes up to 90 and looks the best overall picture quality wise on the Steam Deck. The LCD on the Legion Go is amazing. It is one of the best LCDs I've ever seen. It's like the PlayStation Portal. It's just a really nice screen. Goes to 144, I think. So you're playing, like I was playing older things that were actually running over 100 FPS, and it looked amazing. But I had to be plugged into the wall for that. So
I like how the Steam Deck looks. I like the look of the unit. and it feels surprisingly decent in your hands. Like when I first saw it,
It's a
I'm
rigid,
like, oh my god, that thing,
hard unit.
it looks like an ergonomic nightmare. But then when I held it, I was actually surprised. It wasn't so bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty good. So yeah, that created a nice little topic that wasn't in our notes, but was a newsworthy topic anyway, which is good. Faisal with a super chat. Waves. Hit the like button, folks. Hey, yes, do so. Please hit that like button. It does help us.
It does.
And yes, it is also sad that we beg for likes. I agree. But you know what?
Don't hate the
Can't
player,
help it.
hate the game.
We can't help it.
I'd rather beg
can't
for
help.
patrons. Head to patreon.com/XboxEra and sign up there because that's where all the cool stuff is.
$3 a
We
month.
are unfortunately
People?
not as popular as the rage baiters and
No.
grifters and
Oh man,
salt miners and all that cool stuff
I
that
hate
everyone
it.
does these days.
I hate it. And the worst thing is, and I said this in a tweet about the grifters. To the people that hate the grifters, I am one of you. Right? But it's the arguing and then quoting them and then screenshotting it and then complaining about it and then getting into the arguments about it and then the bad faith arguments back and forth where you think you might win. Don't. Stop giving them air. All right? Please.
the
and
thing
then
is,
people
you're hitting
some tweeted
grifters.
about it.
Talking to grifters. You're hitting, but it's positive. It can be the...
Positivity grifters.
And it's not a positivity grifter. It is the, I am looking for engagement how I can get it. Versus I'm a shithead looking for shitty engagement. Versus, well, I know I'm playing into their hands, but it's going to get me a bunch of engagement types.
Yeah, I can't stand it. Just
Nissa-
and it's not that I don't care about people that are being targeted, harassed, or anything like that. But I'm firmly in the belief that if you stop, I'm not saying don't stand up to it, but stop giving it air. It's like a fire. Drown it of oxygen.
We did miss the cloud thing, I know, Nick.
I am so sorry, Nissa Hauer. I was meant to read this comment while we were talking about the cloud stuff, and
We're
there's
close to it.
such a massive... I apologize, I'll read it now. What games do you guys think will come to cloud gaming? Do you think more first party or do you think third party, like Hogwarts Legacy? Well, it looks like most of it, of what you own will come to it. It looks like.
It'll never be
I don't know.
everything, but outside. So it is a value proposition, I think, for most publishers, where they look at it and it's like you come to our platform, you have a game here, so someone has to have Game Pass Ultimate to use it. But if they're buying it from you, it doesn't matter why they're buying it. Are they buying it to play it on Xbox? If it's Play Anywhere, were they buying to play it on PC? Or now you're going to have another third person that might potentially buy your game just for the cloud. So for them, like for most publishers, I think they're going to look at it. It's not a negative because you have to buy it. It's not just in the sub and whatever those deals are. It is just another game being bought. So I think by default, it mostly makes sense to be in it. Unless you've got deals with someone else.
And not just that, I do understand that some publishers or developers won't want their games running in the cloud because of the potential experience hindering people's perception of that game, if that makes sense. Like, so Hellblade might be okay because it's a much slower game. So yes, visually it's not going to look as ridiculous as it does on a Series X because that game does look fucking ridiculous. But it's slower, so at least from a feel perspective, cloud shouldn't hurt it.
It does
there
have
might be some
tight timing on parries. That is rough.
But there might be some games and some developers that are like, you know what, man, I'm not sure I want cloud impacting the experience of my game, where people who are playing my game for the first time via cloud might see how it looks, see how it runs, and it taints their perception of my game, and so they opt out.
But you got $70 for that. Money ends up winning most of the time. Because it's not subscription, it is purchase.
Yeah,
they have to buy it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so I do agree, like, if, say it was a Amazon Luna, and it's like, there are things you own that can be in there, or it's just part of the sub. Like, this is, you still have to buy it. So I got the sale from them.
Yeah.
So I do think that will end up carrying more weight for most.
I guess so.
And it's only the Xbox version too. Like I do know a lot of people like, oh, they'll eventually just make it the PC version in the cloud. I think PC only games they might try and do that with and get them in there if they're never going to be on console. But it is also this more tightly made thing than a PC version that I still think ends up hitting better with casuals than who don't want to experience all the problems you get with PC.
Yeah.
Okay. Now there is another.
Yeah, I already put it in private chat.
Yeah. There is another super chat that is tangentially sort of related to this, and it closes out our super chats because there's a lot of them. And thank you all. We appreciate all the super chats. Rafik145 with. I'm sorry, I don't know the currency. I don't know what DZD is. Sorry,
Look it up.
But there's 500 of them.
Yeah.
500's a big number. Hi guys, this gen we
Algerian
got quick
dinar.
resume as. Ah, right, okay. Hi guys, this gen we got quick resume as a cool feature on Xbox. So my question is, are you hoping for a specific feature for next gen? What?
Just in
Oh,
case.
that. Okay, yes,
Just in case.
You know what would be cool as a feature for next gen?
When we learned
What
when we learned about quick resume and how it came about, I bet you there is stuff in the works that was just an idea that's been
Yeah.
gestating for 5+ years. Because quick resume was, what did he say, like 6 years? Like it wasn't something
Yeah,
they thought of for this gen, but it was like, well, we're going to have super fast memory. We're going to have a very fast hard
SSDs.
drive. What can we do with this? Can we make this work? And then a guy spent
Maybe
years making it work.
an evolution of it where it can kind of like if game devs all utilize the same save structure or whatever, I'm not technical, but then you can quick flash and copy quick resumes across devices. So you could be playing on your console in your front room, and then you take your handheld Xbox out, and it grabs your quick resume instance.
It would
of the same title.
It would
That would be
entirely
a neat
matter on
upgrade.
Could you imagine?
your home network speed.
Yeah, of course.
So,
Yeah,
they could do it now if you've got Wi-Fi 7 everywhere and you can ping that, 8 to 14 gig, whatever the footprint of the thing is. Like if it's a 3
I don't think it's gonna
gigabyte
be
memory
8 or
print.
14 gig
Well, no,
or
some
whatever,
might be
but-
bigger, but yeah, if it's like however bigger that memory footprint is, if they could get it over, because like there's no quick resume in the cloud or anything, because I know it can. Everything can always break in coding, especially if you're jumping between different UIs. What if one system is on a beta branch of the Xbox UI and the other one's on the basic release one? I bet you that would break things. So it would be really cool, but entirely dependent on your home networking hardware.
Look, I'm not intelligent enough to think of a cool new feature. Because I reckon we have a lot of great stuff that's very convenient for all of us across every platform. What I would like
Not
is,
Nintendo.
and it's never going to happen, I'm aware of that, so please don't go in the chat and go, oh, it's never going to happen, Nick. I know it's never going to happen. But what I would love is for Nintendo, PlayStation, and Xbox to sort of have this understanding for the betterment of the industry, to have things like cross saves, to have things like all of them agree to include Discord integration. That's all we're missing now on Switch, isn't it? Fucking Nintendo.
Maybe with Switch 2.
Just Nintendo's testing something. That's technically a news item, but no one wants to hear about it. Nintendo is doing like a same way PlayStation and Xbox do beta testing for OS features. Nintendo's doing that at the moment. So I'm secretly praying it's Discord integration. I'm sure it's not, but I'm secretly praying it is. Can you imagine if Nintendo got on board and was like, you know what? Our OS is fucking garbage. Let's just let Discord, let's put a tight leash on them, but let's just let Discord be part of our OS for our communications and chat and this and that and the other. How good we would then have universal cross-platform chat and video and voice across Xbox, PlayStation, PC, and Switch. How good is that for the industry, Nintendo, you fucking pricks? How good is that? Why would you not do that?
Does their online chat still require you to use a phone?
The stupid app, yes.
I hate Nintendo.
Oh my god, they're like Apple. They're like Apple. Like
Yeah,
I
when we
didn't even
play
put it in
Smash and we play Smash online, we get our phones out and just use Discord on our phones and just have it sitting in the room next to us so we can all still talk.
Just let Discord into your OS, dude, and just keep a tight leash on them so they don't, do any dodgy stuff, which I'm sure they're not doing on Xbox or PlayStation.
I didn't even put this in the run. I didn't even put Alarmo in the show notes.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, neither
Did
did
I?
I.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay, it's the thing under this if you want to go to it next because we're talking Nintendo.
I mean, I guess we can. Does anyone really care? But yeah, it'd be nice if Nintendo could allow Discord integration into the Switch OS. It would be really nice and convenient and a great thing for the industry proper.
Yeah.
Like, Xbox has done it really well. PlayStation's Discord integration is really fantastic. Even if it's just a basic level, you don't have to let us stream our games. You don't have to, like Xbox has, just let us have basic Discord access to at least allow for chat and voice and text chat at the very least.
What if instead Nintendo watched you sleep, but only if you slept alone forever?
That sounds like most elderly Nintendo fans, right?
Well, so that is the funny.
Lonely guys.
Didn't mention this on the headlines, but it turns out the watching you sleep and letting you snooze with a body movement or turn it off by getting out of bed feature only works if you don't sleep with a partner. This feels like the most Nintendo product to me. Like they know who they're playing to.
What?
Who has $100 to get a phone, a little alarm with an LCD on it that beams a thing at your body to read you all night as you sleep, then plays Nintendo
Is that what it does?
sounds. Yes, it has a watch you while you sleep mode to be able to, you can make a movement to snooze it without actually getting up, and it'll stop playing.
Cool.
It'll stop playing the alarm once you're out of bed, but it only works if you're alone.
Yeah. So basically, if you have a partner, it won't work. That
You're
mode.
shit out of luck.
Yeah.
It's for loners.
It's
for loners.
It's for Nintendo fans.
their audience, right?
Yeah. It's funny. I got a DM the day before this got announced. I got a DM saying Nintendo's announcing something this week, not Switch 2 related, just something. I don't know what it is, but something. And they were like, but maybe don't say anything. So I jumped into the Nintendo Pipeline Discord and said, hey, I'm hearing that we're going to hear about something. And then not long after...
You buying one, Nick? You buying? It's probably what, 150 Australian?
I can't use it. I have a wife. So
Well,
I
you
can't
can't
use
that
it.
one feature, but you can have Nintendo or Splatoon or Mario wake you up every day.
Wouldn't that be
But I could probably do that with my phone.
Everyone can do
that's a
everything
hilarious
in
thing.
this with their phone except for the watching you.
Nah, I reckon your
No,
phone's
it is-
probably watching you too.
It is
Oh, no,
peak
it's definitely
Nintendo
listening.
fans as well, because they all looked at it and went, "This is ridiculous! What a dumb thing! I bought it."
That was Jeff. Jeff Grubb was joking on Twitter. He's like, he knows this is idiotic. He knows it's stupid. He says people should make fun of him for it, but he immediately pre-ordered it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Look, this is, you know what this is? This is one of those Nintendo devices that will both succeed and fail.
It's been in
So-
development for a decade.
Mental.
A basic alarm clock.
No, Nintendo basic
God.
alarm clock.
Like, it's one of those things that will sell out, but it won't sell a lot. So demand, like long-term demand won't be there. So it'll succeed in so much as it will initially sell out, but no one will use it. It's sort of like, you know what it is? You know those Mario Kart Live USB-C go-karts?
Mhm.
Those. It will be probably the next version of those. Like, I went and bought them like an idiot, and they never get used anymore. Yeah. This will be that.
Yeah,
I
we used
reckon.
it once here when a friend came around with two of them.
Yeah.
We're like, that's cool.
Super
And then-
cool. Nope.
And then after that, it's like, oh, okay, can we just play normal Mario Kart now? You know, like it runs.
Again,
it's
really
just a gimmick.
It really depends on your home network a lot too with stuff. And is there a ton
Yeah,
of
yeah.
interference? Like,
No, it ran perfectly. It was just
No.
like, eh.
I know people who have like really powerful Wi-Fi and a bunch of stuff, and they're in an apartment, and it just didn't work very well because there was too much around.
Yeah. There's a community question from one of our wonderful patrons on the Alarmo, by the way.
On the forum,
It's under the category Nintendo Alarmo.
on the forum,
Yeah, it's somewhere, yes. From
They're all on
Didact.
the showrunner, just so you know.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm
I'm
there,
not
I'm
showing
there.
the showrunner.
Okay.
From Didact 3. If you guys had to wake up to a game sound every day, what would you pick and why? This is easy.
I'm in the wrong one. Shit, I'm in the wrong one. That'll do it.
Oh, that's a perfect alarm sound. It's not jarring, soothing, still wakes you up, gives you beautiful memories and nostalgia. Oh, great way.
Nah,
to wake up.
it's got to be
I
something
was in the
like
wrong
that.
thing. I was in last week's forum thread for some reason. There, I got it.
Yes, you were. Yeah, it's I'd go for something Halo, but it'd be more like, I'm so glad we came off the food nipple. And I'd be like,
No
oh, God, this is great.
Nah, no way.
You
I
can't make
remember,
it
like,
something you like because then you eventually start to hate it.
No,
'Cause it's
I
waking
remember
up.
we were talking about alarm clocks for some reason, and how no one has one that they keep on the bedside anymore because everyone uses their phone for these things. But I've always loved the idea of an alarm clock that gets progressively more angry if you don't wake up, and it will ignore your request to snooze.
You lose a
So
ride,
you'll
Nick.
hit snooze and be like, nah, mate, you're not snoozing. And it's just like increasingly starts to berate you until you get out of bed. That's the kind of alarm clock I need in my life.
You're yelling at Kayasante in chat, but he lives right near me. He's probably
I know.
recovering too.
No, he was in Gaz's chat.
I probably needed recovery
earlier.
time.
Whatever.
Why are you in
Yeah,
Gaz's
has
chat?
to be has to be the Halo because I was waiting for you guys to roll up here.
We were literally here half an hour before half an hour, 45 minutes before showtime. Don't know what you're talking
I was
about.
here like an hour and 15 before showtime. So yes, so for me it would be the Halo Monk chat, because I think that's just the perfect alarm sound. Perfect.
Yeah, it's a good chance. What would you pick?
I have had mostly some Attack on Titan music because it really takes off and is very loud. And it's like, shit, okay, I can't ignore it. I got to get up.
It's just reminded me of have you seen the meme? Like the meme of Samsung versus Samsung versus Apple phones alarms? It's like the Samsung alarm's like, and it just gets increasing in volume. And the Apple alarm's like,
I've got a nice one with Apple. I have a very calming, soothing alarm sound with Apple. My one.
I think it's just
It's
a
a good one.
standard. But yeah,
Yes, the standard one is probably ear
shattering.
bloody penetrating.
Yeah.
Okay, next bit of news. Now this is fantastic news. Maybe not for
Could
John,
not give
for
a shit.
all the rest of us. This is fantastic.
Couldn't give a shit.
Alien Isolation, which has been in the news a lot because it had its 10-year anniversary of this fantastic
5.9 out of 10.
Game.
Bad game.
fantastic game.
5.9
Alien
out of 10.
Isolation.
I'm
Bad.
going to make a coffee real quick.
Alien Isolation is getting a goddamn sequel. Hell fucking yeah. It was announced in one of those little images with text that you usually say for when something bad
Everyone's
happens.
fired.
Yeah, it's usually everyone's fired image, but this one was saying, hey, sequel in the works, and I was like, holy shit, yeah. And it's funny, I saw an article from Game Rant that was like, A Quiet Place has an amazing genius feature of it uses your mic to pick up sounds and then the monsters will hear you. I'm like Alien Isolation did a decade ago with Kinect.
Yeah.
Like that feature was already there a long, long, long time ago. It's not some new clever feature. So yes, Alien Isolation, which given the style of the announcement, probably only very fresh. So I wouldn't be expecting it anytime soon.
Jess and I talked about this a little bit during headlines on Thursday. Bear in mind that Creative Assembly have had job cuts.
Yes.
They probably sat around that management table and gone, fans would go crazy for an Alien Isolation sequel. Let's do that. It'll make us some money. And it makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. So I can't fault them. I won't play it.
Look,
but
I will. Oh my god, I do have to wonder though. I wonder if they stick to their guns and have this be just again stalker mechanics, this that the, because I just Look, I went back. In fairness to Ryan McCaffrey, I went back and read his review. Right, and again, this comes down to
wholeheartedly.
This comes down to the problem with the review scale, which again, I will say, IGN is fairly responsible for this warped review scale where 7 sucks and 8 sucks and all that sort of stuff. 5.9, he should have just rounded up to 6. That 5 in front, even though 5.9 is ostensibly a 6, that 5 in front just gives that thing
Sticks
to
the
it.
knife in a bit.
Yeah. But I read the review because it's been such a long time. It's been a decade. So I read the review back, and I don't actually necessarily disagree with what he said, if that makes sense. Like,
No, I think he's got good points in there.
yes, as much as I adore Alien Isolation, I don't necessarily disagree with his complaints about the game. Like, and this is coming from someone who not only loves Alien Isolation, hates stalker mechanics. I don't like stalker mechanics in games, but there's something about it in Alien Isolation that works. I just wonder if they'll still stick to this game being a hardcore stalker mechanic game when it comes out. I personally feel for the game's own chances of success, I feel they should pull back on it a little bit and maybe do it like Metroid Dread did it. So Metroid Dread has stalker mechanics, but they're very much restricted to just small little sections of Metroid Dread. So I think that's why it works.
Isn't that
in
more
Metroid
what
Dread.
Resident Evil 2 originally was like? There were times where you had Mr. X show up, as opposed to the remake where he seemed to be there a lot more.
Oh, I don't remember the original. It's been
I
so
think
long since I
so.
played the original, I don't remember.
And 3 is kind of similar, where you've got Nemesis who shows up at like specific story beats. I like it when...
Oh, no. Sorry, Resident Evil 3, he was there all the bloody time in the original.
Oh, no, in the remake I was talking about, because they did cut out a lot. Yeah, he was more...
Resident Evil 2 remake is sort of only in certain sections as well. Mm-hmm. It's not obnoxious. But I have to wonder, Alien Isolation, this sequel, if I was going to give them any advice, again, purely for the sake of the game's potential success, I would make it more shooter and less stalker mechanic game. I think they should still have it to create tension and just for the coolness of it, like those moments where the alien just fucking busts out and just fucks your shit up. But I reckon just dial back on it and have it be a little bit more shooter, less stealth horror survival horror. What?
I think you'd get the original fans of that.
No,
that sounds... The original fans of Alien Isolation and people that like Alien the movie would be like, no.
Yeah, it would be
the whole
Alien,
point is you can't kill the alien.
Alien versus Aliens, like that's why I like Aliens so much more than Aliens. They are so different in that in Aliens, the monsters aren't scary. The scary thing is the acidic blood when you very easily kill them with any weapon. Like that was always what killed Aliens for me in comparison to the existential dread you felt in Alien or even in Romulus. Like these are supposed to be the perfect organisms that they have been working so hard. You find out it's a freaking crazy ass android doing a lot. I think people will want Alien. Like survival horror is a really big genre, especially now in the age of the screaming streamer. I don't think they have to push shooter. I think they could maybe do more melee. And there are sections against bad humans, and there are sections with alien stalking, and then there's sections with both. And then there are just walking sections and figuring out puzzle stuff. I agree. I don't think they have to have the alien the entire game, but it definitely has to be, if there's an alien or two, they are incredibly dangerous, and you can't defeat them until the end, and not, okay, you're shooting a bunch. Like some shooting, I think, could work. But I do hope they keep it where the alien is like a legit threat and isn't just this little friggin' puppet dog that blows up if you look at it too hard.
I'm not saying get rid of all the stalker mechanics and get rid of all the survival horror. I'm just saying dial it back a little bit. I also think something that would help is not have the alien cheating, Because as we discovered that in Alien Isolation, it's cheating. The alien technically knows where you are
I think
at
just
all times.
that's just how it has to be, man. That's how.
Why? I think AI's come far enough in the last decade where it doesn't have to be like that. Because, and again, I'm only speaking from my perspective and something that would have helped me enjoy the game even more. I liked, at the time, until I realized I couldn't, I liked the idea that I could just hide in a locker as long as I wanted to. I did like, because at first I didn't realize the alien was cheating. So I'd hide in a locker and I'd be like, oh my God, cool. I could just sit in here till I feel comfortable. And then all of a sudden the alien just rips the fucking door off and it's like, bang. And I'm like, oh, really? I'm like, I can't just stay here till I feel safe? It'd be nice if the alien is not cheating. I think that would help personally. I might be wrong, but I think that would help.
It'll always have to cheat. It's just don't let it actually feel like cheating often at all.
But why does it have to cheat? I think AI has progressed enough. Why does it have to cheat?
I mean, you could always have AI that could do that. Just how much time are you going to spend on it?
I personally think if they really worked on the AI, it would help. I think. I might be wrong.
There's a
super chat
community question, from executive producer. No, grand benefactor. Psh.
Yes. Oh wait, I'm looking at the super chat.
Yeah, he sent a super chat.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I meant super chats.
He's drunk.
Super chat from Grand Benefactor Assassin Entertainment. You guys think Alien Isolation's chances of getting a sequel increased after the director behind Alien Romulus said the game was a big inspiration for the movie? I'm honestly surprised Sega said yes. It could have been.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Could have been the aligning of all of these wonderful things.
Yeah, like that's like. I don't. If you haven't played Alien Isolation, please do so. It goes on sale all the time. It shouldn't be expensive now. Get it. Visually, one of the best looking games I've ever seen. The way they captured the feel of the original movie, the chromatic aberration, they've executed on that flawlessly. The look, the feel, the visual style. Visually, it's just unbelievable, that game. Literally one of the best looking games I've ever played.
It feels like Alien. And that is one thing that got lost a bit in Aliens. It was that amazing set design. In that he was that like retro futurist, like it looks old but future. Like looked at people like so much.
Flawlessly executed.
Beautiful.
Flawlessly executed.
I'll give it that. The art
and it holds up.
Incredible.
It's 10 years later, and it still looks great today, Alien Isolation. And no, Rand, I'm not talking smack about Alien Isolation at all. Quite the fucking opposite.
Terrible game. No, I'm joking. It's not terrible. It's just not for me.
I platinumed
John
it on
is
PS4.
A giant gaping
bitch.
Pussy.
Yeah. Wow.
Come
on now.
I platinumed it on PS4, and I'm pretty sure I bought it on Xbox just to fucking support it. It's
that rhymes with your accent. Bought it to support it.
Bought it to support it. Yeah, Alien Isolation is I can't gush about that game enough. I would just have suggestions for the sequel to help broaden the game's appeal so that it can find more success than the first game did. Because as far as I'm aware, the first game wasn't like some commercial smash. It was a critical darling. Everyone that did play it
keeps selling.
It.
I think that has helped too. It keeps selling because it's good and cheap.
They would be wise to get the games to get the game out there now that Romulus is so popular and doing fairly well. It would be wise to do like not a co-marketing thing because they're not going to do that. But if I'm Sega, I'm like, maybe we should do just a small marketing push while Romulus is out there and all that sort of stuff. Because, again, visually the game has not aged. It's not dated, so it still looks beautiful. And like Jesse mentioned about survival horror being sort of popular with streamers and all that sort of stuff, it would be a good time to get Alien Isolation out there because it's such an incredible game. I loved it. And I'm very excited about this sequel. Mm-hmm. Very, very excited.
I concur.
Next topic. Another one that's close to my heart. So out of nowhere, because we're now in the timeline where video game movies aren't all just fucking shit. There's actual good video game movies out there in the world. Apparently, we're getting a Shinobi one. Ooh. That's exciting. A Shinobi movie.
It's just, to me, it's just a ninja movie that has the name Shinobi that's probably going to be entertaining because it's being directed by an ex-stuntman.
Yeah,
and that's about all I have to say.
But that's good.
It doesn't
Extraction.
have, like, the name, like, who cares? Do you know what I mean?
What
Like,
do you
it could be called Ninja Badass, and if it was still being directed by Sam Hargrave, I'd be like, cool. Ninja movie from Sam Hargrave.
I don't know what the story
fine.
hook
What does the IP
is
bring?
that's tied to Shinobi, other than is his name Joe Musashi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Is he a
What
white
was
guy?
the big plot of Shinobi games that needs, is
I
there
don't
one?
know.
Right,
walk
okay,
on
that's what I
giant-
mean. I'm like,
Will he walk on giant pipes and save the same girl who's tied up 50 times the level and fight bazooka
That's
guys?
okay. That's okay. Like we're getting a potentially cool ninja movie from the director of Extraction, which is a very, very
I enjoyed
solid
Extraction.
action movie. They were very solid action movies.
Mm-hmm.
And we're getting... When was the last time we got a good ninja movie? If ever.
Ninja with that white guy. God, I can't remember his name. The stuntman.
It would be nice if they actually got a Japanese actor.
Japanese
to play
woman
the
with
main-
rainbow hair to drive people insane.
Yeah. It'd be nice if they got an actual Japanese actor to play the lead role rather than getting like Sam Worthington or some shit to play
Chris Pratt. Chris Pratt.
Chris Pratt. Well, it's the director of Extraction, so it might be Hemsworth.
Oh,
It could be Hemsworth. But, there's a lot of fantastic Japanese actors out there. So it would be nice if they got one of them to play the lead role for Shinobi, and don't whitewash it. But I'm incredibly excited about the idea of like just a cool ass, simple, fucking ninja movie, man. That's get Shinobi's name out there, because remember we're getting a new Shinobi game, so
yes.
by Lizard Cube. So it would be wise to maybe try and... I know it never happens this way or rarely happens this way, but it would be nice to have the movie and game play off each other from a marketing perspective and create hype for each other.
Yeah.
Because, that Shinobi game, let's be real, it's by Lizard Cube, so it's going to be fucking fantastic, like everything Lizard Cube is. And this, if it's being directed by Sam Hargrave, we've got a chance of getting a really fucking cool ninja movie.
I agree. I'm all for it.
How fucking good is that?
This arcade game looks awful.
What game?
Shinobi.
The original
Yeah.
Shinobi. I mean, it's dated. Let's be real. But come on, man. Back then, it was cool. God, I remember that level. Holy shit, that busted my balls so much for so many years. That fucking level.
Games
the
were
one that I'm
bad.
seeing on screen. The one that I'm seeing on screen right now. Oh my god, I'm having PTSD just looking at that.
It's because this is a full playthrough and it's 17 minutes and 46 seconds. Like, that's why they had to be that hard. When you got through an arcade, like, even if you were so good that you could beat it, they didn't want you to last that long because they needed people to keep spending quarters. So...
No, I played that on Master System. I didn't play it at the arcade. I played it on Sega
I know, but they were
Master
made
System.
for the arcade, so that's how they were tuned. Like,
No,
just
I know,
bullshit.
but...
Scott
I'm
Adkins,
looking
that's
at-
his name. Thank you. That guy's cool.
I'm just looking at that level and I'm like, oh my god, I remember that. That just gave me nightmares. Holy shit.
Yeah, so there are ninja movies that star a white guy named Scott Adkins, who's a really, really good stuntman, and they're pretty.
American Ninja? Are they talking about American Ninja?
Just called, no, it's 2009 when the first one came out. Just called
Isn't
Ninja.
American Ninja the guy with Stifler in it?
No. There's an
What
old...
That was
an
old. That
old-
was wasn't that Lee Van Cleef? Yeah,
American
Ninja's-
Ninja. Ah, there he is. Yeah. His name is Michael Dudikoff.
and he was taught
American
by
Ninja.
I think Lee Van Cleef, who was like any white guy who could have, or any American who could have like slightly darker skin if they went tanning, became the ninja master, like David Carradine in friggin' Kung Fu.
American Ninja is from 1985. That is why I remember it, because I'm old as fuck. And I remember American Ninja.
It's really bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're good, It's one of those things where when you're a stupid kid and you don't know any better, then you think it's good. But yeah, the American
White guy as a
movies.
ninja. Yeah. I don't think that's... No, that's not the Lee Van Cleef one. What's the Lee Van Cleef one I'm thinking of?
I have no idea.
There was another one where he was like teaching someone martial arts. And of course, it's like, grab a wrist and they flip. And it's like, yeah, fuck you. It's not real.
Game-wise, Revenge of Shinobi on the Mega Drive was really good. The original, yes, very dated now. Still a classic. But yeah.
Oh, God damn it.
Be super excited. Wow.
David Brownfield. Hang in there, David Carradine.
Oh, yeah. But yes, be very excited for the game because it's by an incredible developer.
Maybe you'll review it.
Hopefully, let's. Oh yeah, maybe
We get Sega stuff. They like us.
Yeah, and be excited for the movie. I reckon it'll be a good, solid action movie.
It's got a good chance, I would say.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
I don't know what the hell's going to be Shinobi about it, but like the video game IP.
Kids, don't worry about it. Don't let it stress you. Don't let it stress you.
It's not stressed. I'm just curious.
Let it wash over you.
I am curious.
Embrace it.
How are they going to use it? Like, what would make it Shinobi? I am
just the name.
Intrigued.
Just the name. That's probably it. Just the name. That's okay. It's okay to do that every now and again. It's fine.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just curious. There's nothing wrong with being a little curious. Main topic.
Yes. Okay. Here we go. Main topic of the day. Super pumped. Let's do this.
Are you super pumped?
Yeah, man. I haven't been this happy about Halo in fucking ages.
Yes, indeed. Halo.
My man. PA.
In a surprise announcement on a Sunday of all things.
Oh, boy.
It was a smart place, I think.
I think it was for several reasons. During the HCS Grand Finals, just before the Grand Final took the stage, the artist formerly known as 343 Industries dropped a little vidoc saying, hey, we're rebranding the studio and, we're developing multiple Halo projects and we're switching to Unreal Engine 5.
We have a video. We have a video on our channel that's doing extremely well because Ursel was there at the Halo Championships and recorded the reaction to the announcement, which is please go check that out on our channel and like it. Hey.
And it's worth giving a shout out while I think of it to Ursel. If you're a really big Halo fan, check out the Halo Era podcast on the XboxEra YouTube channel. I think they did their episode Wednesday this week, talking about it. It's live. You can find it on XboxEra.com as well at the bottom of the page, where they get into the details. If you want to specifically just focus and talk about HCS and Halo and what's next. But hey, it's our show. We're talking about it. You're pumped.
This is the best news to happen to Halo in such a long time. Like,
why is that not showing the footage?
When the rumors first popped up about Halo switching to Unreal, which some people tried to debunk and said weren't true, we were like, this would be a good thing for Halo. Like, this would be a great thing for Halo. Like, I don't know. Where do you want to start? Because there's a few things here. There's a few things to this.
I think we can dive into it. So let's do the boring bit first. Changing the name to Halo Studios.
Good move. Great move. Nah, it's a great move. The 343 name is tainted. It is stained.
Yes.
It carries baggage.
Yep.
It brings trauma. This was the best move they could have made. Like, out with the old, in with the new. 3-4, like, almost everyone from the OG 343 days is all but kind of gone. The people with influence are all but gone. I think there's a couple left. I think there might be a person that isn't a massive fan of wolves. And there might be someone else that keeps getting banned on forums. I think they might still be around.
They're gone.
No? They're gone too.
Yep.
Well, there you go.
They left quietly in 2020.
That might be why I wasn't aware. So there you go. So everyone from old 343 is now all but gone. So this was a good move, I think, going forward to rebrand to Halo Studios. Not sure how I feel about the name.
Yeah, I mean the rebrand is fine. I think the big. I'm going to be somewhat cynical here, which is unusual for me because I love Halo and I want it to succeed. And you know, I believe them when they say, you know, it's time to, you know, as Pierre put it, we've been following this recipe for what a Halo game should be for 10 years. We're changing the recipe, and I love the idea of the technical debt going and the reset, and this is the new era. But also, cynically, I've kind of had this song and dance before. Halo 4. Oh yeah, you know, the multiplayer. You know, we've learned our lessons.
No, but hold on. Now we're getting onto another topic. Let's stick to the
the name
rebrand.
is okay. Well, the name's fine. I haven't got any more comment on it apart from just.
I don't know. I think. Well, it says Halo Studios. It's one studio. It's one studio.
It's the studios of Halo.
But it's one studio.
I know.
So, yeah, the name is the logo is, oh my God, what is that logo? Again, as a former graphic designer, no, dude, as a former graphic designer, that logo hurts my eyeballs. I'm like, you have an iconic font. All you had to do was take Halo Reach's logo and change Reach to Studios. That's all you had to do. Is it a cheap way out? Yes. Is it basic bitch? Yes. Does it work? Yes.
But also, they're literally casting off all of the baggage. This is a fresh start. I think the logo, to a degree, is a statement of that intent. New ideas, new recipe, new way forward for the franchise, and I don't disagree with that. It might be a symbolic thing, is all I'm saying. I mean, I've seen plenty of good ones on Twitter that are fine, but they all are homages to the original Halo logos and the original Halo font to a degree. And it really feels like, at least from looking at that logo, that they are saying brand new in every regard.
No, I know. And don't get me wrong, it's me whinging for the sake of whinging because I'm a graphic. Oh my God, why is YouTube acting like this for me? I've never had this happen before. Oh, it just keeps erroring out and telling me to refresh my page.
I had to do that with YouTube Studio 3 times where it just wasn't working, and their ingest, like if it was skipping for anyone, was not you. It was YouTube, and they're saying we're having a problem right now. And now Nick will say, "Oh, you're going to blame your internet or YouTube?" It's like, no, it literally is YouTube. You can tell. No. It's not me.
Keeps cracking the shit. It's been doing it to me all morning where it just cracks the shit and the page just breaks down and it tells me to refresh.
We are lucky it doesn't break more with just how much goes on YouTube, though.
But look, for the sake of... Again, it's a minor nitpick. In the end, it's irrelevant. It means nothing to the games. It's a talking point, so whatever. Yeah. B, it's my inner graphic designer, because I still do some graphic design work, looking at a logo and going, what the fuck?
You helped with our new thumbnails. They look great.
You have some of the best designers in the world there. You can't tell me that was the best logo you could come up with. Like, pay me to do it. I'll do it. Like, come on. You're like, it's just frustrating.
There is no discussion
to see.
Worth less than I could do about it.
I said it's nothing. I said it doesn't matter. I understand that. It's just a talking point. Yeah. And it's just frustrating when I see highly paid professional people do something like that.
Hopefully highly paid.
I mean, hey, look, it's divisive, but it's not universally hated.
Oh, it's not far off.
There's a lot of people in chat that really like it, including, I think it was Meet Kumar, who says he is also a designer and he really likes it.
Really, dude?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
I like that it's fresh. It is fresh. I've seen the Halo logo for over 20 years. I know what it looks like. You know, and I was like, oh, it's fresh. Okay. It's a statement of intent.
I'll relent on one thing. And again, I say this as someone with graphic design experience. It is a logo that I could see growing on me. That is the positive thing I'll say about it. It is a logo where in another year, maybe 2 years' time, I'll look at it and go, oh, it's not as offensive on my eyes anymore. I could see that being the case for this logo. Right now, it's going bang and hitting me in the face and going, fuck you.
Fair.
Right now.
God, that energy sword
But
looks so
maybe-
cool.
Maybe in time it will get better. Okay, with that worthless discussion out of the way, let's talk about the real fantastic news, which is the switch to Unreal Engine. Holy fuck, amazing.
Yeah.
Yes.
What I think the
I
thing
think
we'll
so.
all worry about and wonder, and we won't know until it's in our hands, and they'll say, until it's in your
No.
hands, the thing.
Don't stress.
No, I'm saying the thing is, did they make it feel as good? That's just what I want to know. Because that was always the thing we had heard before. They were looking at Unreal, but especially Unreal 4 didn't work the way they wanted. Unreal 5 is better, even if it is still pretty shit in some ways. But they have the Coalition, Ninja Theory, Obsidian,
There's a lot of
Undead Labs,
expertise on the
everyone who is all into the Xbox branch of Unreal. And I think it's going to be very good.
This is a this field discussion is a non-discussion for two very, very, very big reasons. And when I hear people say it's not going to feel like Halo, I'm like, what does that actually mean? What are you talking about? It's not going to feel like Halo. Because, hey guys, fun fact for you all. Halo 2 doesn't feel like Halo CE. Halo 3 doesn't feel like Halo 2. Halo 4, Halo Reach doesn't feel like Halo 3.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And guess what? Halo 4 doesn't feel like Halo Reach. And Halo 5 doesn't feel like Halo 4.
We've
and
got your
Halo
point
Infinite.
several Halos ago.
But that's why it's such a stupid discussion. And you know what? Fortnite, and ignore Jesse for the next 15 seconds, because Fortnite actually feels really good as a shooter.
Yeah,
so
it does.
even if they work from there as a base, and then all the Unreal Engine people work their magic and tweak the maths and push and prod and poke, Microsoft Studios houses some of the best Unreal Engine talent in the world. Don't stress. They will make it feel great.
Yeah.
If that's... Hello, what's the one thing I've said consistently about 343/Halo Studios? Their Halo games feel better than Bungie's.
I agree.
All three of them. All
They
three of them.
focused on performance, which was important for a shooter.
So don't stress about how this is going to feel. It's going to feel fantastic. Don't even worry about that.
I think the best thing outside of all of the expertise available for Halo Studios to utilize, it's the lack of tech debt now. And Pierre was interviewed on Xbox Wire. We kind of summarized it with an article on XboxEra.com, but they were building an engine whilst developing a game, and they've been doing that for every recipe, for every Halo game since Halo 4. And there's always been cuts and sacrifices and problems and issues and all of that jazz. And now there is no more, we have to build this. Like, they might go off like many game studios do and develop bespoke bits that do what they need to do within Unreal, but they will have access to a far broader range of talent that does not need to be retaught.
Onboarded. That no one has to be onboarded anymore.
It's an industry standard engine, right?
Yes.
And they've got all of this expertise around. So that tech debt being removed, in my mind, in my eye, means, well, okay, we're going to get efficient games. And there was a quote from one guy in that video. It was like, Halo was a graphical, showcase, a leadership position.
It was.
And it needs to be again. And I'm like,
Yes.
for me, I don't care so much. Like, I look at all the bells and whistles. One of the things I love about Halo from a design perspective is that it's very clear where the ground is, where the wall is, where the player is, and so on and so on. And there is a tendency from level design perspective to just chuck detail in because it looks nice. It looks nice in a still image, but it doesn't look nice to understand where you're shooting and aiming and firing and how you're reading a level. But that's all for them to figure out and worry about.
Yeah, and
I
multiplayer
love the
maps
snake.
versus like single player, they can,
Yeah,
you can go
absolutely.
more crazy. So, and I do think one place this will go with the multiple projects part that they talked about is a separation of multiplayer and single player. Makes a lot of sense, especially because if they want the multiplayer to be big, and people are going to lose their shit,
It needs to go everywhere.
It needs to be, the multiplayer needs to be everywhere. The single player doesn't. They might want to put it everywhere, but the multiplayer needs to A, probably be everywhere, and B, embrace IP crossover. It is the only way any of those games take off. They have to have Iron Man, Doom Guy, Fallout, all your own stuff. Anything that makes sense as Spartan armor, any weird things you can put on, fucking cat ears shit from anime games. Who cares? You have to let that in or it's not going to succeed.
I was thinking about this yesterday. So you can't do it. The way you'd have to do it in Halo would be like how Overwatch is doing that My Hero Academia one. So you can't have just Iron Man in Halo, but what you can do is have Iron Man inspired Spartan armor, War Machine inspired Spartan armor,
like what they're doing in Overwatch, which I don't have in here, but
that's what I just said.
The cosplay elements. I was reading chat.
Yeah. That's how you do it. You do it the way Overwatch is doing it, where everything is just inspired by, but it's in Halo's Spartan armor style. So you do crossovers with Disney. You do crossovers where it makes sense. Fortnite has the monopoly on crazy stuff now, but you can still do stuff that kind of relates to Halo or works within the Halo universe. And now with Unreal, I've got to choose my words carefully, but it kind of in a way solves the contractor problem. They're not going to stop with contractors, but at least now the contractors just hit the ground running. Yes. There's no, you've got to spend the next 3 months learning Blam, which, let's be real, Slip Space is just the evolution of Blam. Mm-hmm. You've got to learn Blam now.
Learn other in-house tools like Faber that they use and stuff like that.
That all just goes away. So these people can just come in now, and you also have access to the best talent. Because Unreal is such a ubiquitous engine, you now have access to the best talent in the world to get them in. They hit the ground running, and you're worrying about content. You're not worrying about learning an engine and learning
easy
tools.
In-house collaborations with other Xbox studios that are all in on Unreal.
That's right. Imagine
Coalition's
our coalition.
just down the road.
Oh my God, they're right there. And even Ninja Theory are obviously clearly incredible with the Unreal Engine. Maybe lean on them a little bit and say, hey, what can we do here? Got any tricks for us that we can make it look just unbelievable? While we're here, and before we forget, we've got a lot of community questions. So maybe
the community has gone crazy about Halo this week. And don't forget the first one, which is the super chat that started the show before we'd even got into it. Right at the top.
Let's while we're talking about this, and so we can get it into here. So we have a super chat from, oh my God, Mr. XXS.
Thankfully, I can actually reach it. Normally, they disappear in my app
it's at the top if you do fan
It's on screen.
I love Halo, and I would love a Halo CE remake on Unreal Engine 5. But after this announcement, I wonder, when will we get the next Halo game? Seems too far away. Sad.
Well, I actually wrote a bit on this, right? So if you recall, right before the June showcase, Tom Warren shared a story via his Notepad subscription service that he'd heard rumor of a Halo CE remake. And I think this is important to underline here. Remake, not a remaster. We've done that merry-go-round.
Yes,
this is
remake.
A round up. Story beats are the same, but everything else is new and maybe fleshed out and slightly different. Because, as someone who's been playing CE since 2001, I kind of don't really... I'm not like, whoa, I want to play just the same levels beat for beat. No, change it up. Like, we've seen the success of remakes with Resident Evil and Dead Space, etc.
Because CE could really use it because it was very held back by the tech of the time. You've got that, and when you've got the bones of something in the story, and you can add and change and do little things here and there, and not maybe just go forward and then go back through all your stuff because you didn't have enough time or enough space on your DVD to fit more. Those are the types of remakes I'm all for, because they can really transform and help fix things that tech held back before.
Okay, but the question was about Halo 7 and how far away. I don't think Halo 7 is as far away as you might think or suspect. Part of the reason is, how long have we been hearing about the Unreal rumors? At least a year?
So
we've been hearing the rumors about it?
Yes. I think
now
they've been working on something since February of 2022.
Yeah, it's been a couple years of getting up to speed and doing all the stuff we saw, which was letting the artists go wild, learning Unreal.
Project Foundry.
Yeah, and making stuff up to the spec that they would want in a Halo game of some sort. I know people are like, okay, well, Chief looks like CE, and a lot of it looks like CE, but also the environments kind of look like 3, and we've never gotten a 3 remake or remaster. So do that as a project to start with.
A little birdie may have told me that I don't know if the next Halo game is in the mainline game. I don't think it's as far away as we assume. I'm not saying that means it's out next year. I'm just saying that I don't think it's quite as far away as people might think it would be.
Yeah. There's a couple of interesting points there, though, on the engine, though. Like, they talked about it, and the couple of quotes I picked out, because I looked at it, I was like, if I combine Tom Warren's CE Remake rumor, there's discussions about that already. We've now got the confirmed switch to Unreal that confirmed all those rumors. And I look at the very deliberate choice to go back to Halo CE Chief, right? This is OG first appearance Chief. I'm like, okay, that's rings to me that CE Remake is more likely than not. But the quote that really stuck to me was...
This is probably footage from it.
They were careful in how they worded it, but they said the art director that started and suggested this project, which is a guy called Chris Matthews. He's the new art director that replaced, is it Sparth at Halo Studios? And the quote was, where this type of work's been done historically across the industry, it can contain a lot of smoke and mirrors. It sometimes leads players down paths where they believe it's going to be one thing and then something else happens. The ethos of Project Foundry is vigorously the opposite of that. Everything we've made is built to the kinds of standards that we need to build for the future of our games. We were very intentional about not stepping into tech demo territory. We built things that we believe in, and the content that we've built, or at least a good percentage of it, this is the important bit, could travel anywhere inside our games in the future if we so desire it. And then your man Pierre added to this, and he said, it's fair to say that our intent is that the majority of what we showcased in Foundry is expected to be in projects which we are building or in future projects. And this all convalesces together to me to say, well, if Halo's down and out, if Halo's on the back foot, if it's had a rough 10 years, and I've liked all of 343's games. I genuinely have. I've liked every single one.
I've liked parts of them.
But if they want to bring Halo back and make it as big as it used to be, it needs to be more accessible with more players everywhere. We'll get to those questions in a minute. But reintroducing the IP from the very beginning to people, so there isn't this kind of, again, we talk about tech debt, this kind of story debt to a whole world of new players, is a tantalizing prospect. The only thing that worries me about it is, does that mean that instead of getting something truly new, we're going to just constantly be doing a story repeat, and we're going to go back to the beginning again? And, then it's Halo 2 in 2030 and Halo 3, and, but that's getting ahead of myself. But yeah.
No, I don't think so. But let's try and work through these questions, because
I don't think they're doing a remake at all, but this stuff could all go in Forge.
No, I reckon
Forge is an interesting topic, but
community question, which Jesse is from, it's in the show notes, and it's from the form. SJ, which I assume is SJ Dubs. Halo CE Remake. With the rumors of Halo switching to Unreal Engine being true, are we thinking the Halo CE Remake will be true as well? I'm not opposed to remaking old Halo games in Unreal Engine, but I'm not sure how that would work. Would they only remake the campaigns, or would they also remake the multiplayers and ultimately Forge in later games like Halo 3? I think remakes would pull players and money away from new Halo games such as Halo Infinite 2, and would make it tricky to monetize, as people would be in uproar with microtransactions being in a Halo CE Remake. Have a good one. I think the CE Remake is campaign only. I think they just keep away from multiplayer with any potential remakes. I think CE Remake is 100% true, and I reckon they were probably showing us Halo CE Remake last week. I reckon, there has to be a reason it was very, very strictly CE Chief, and the environments were very CE, and it all just reeked of CE, except for that flood environment, which looked really fucking cool. To me, that was them basically showing us the CE Remake in front of our faces right there and then. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And if it is, it looks amazing to me.
There's so much improvement that could be made. Like I love CE. It's nostalgically, it's my favorite, but also some of the level design is. Even though a lot of people criticize the latter levels, like I loved going through them, is a product of its time. But you think about the story beats, like, and I'll just pick one at random. The library.
Yep.
Very different level in Halo CE lore. A lot of people hated it. It was very much like a zombie shotgun run and gun level, right?
Yes.
And it was very repetitive environments. And think of like the story beat of it. We need to get the index. But now they could just completely change what the library does, the way it flows.
And make it not suck.
And this is what I mean about throwing everything out. Changing that recipe excites me a little bit. Like, don't just repeat the story beat for beat. You can, if it's a full single player game and you're decoupling multiplayer and you're putting it over there on its own, the world is your oyster. You can have like, and I'm just literally throwing crappy ideas out, but like to just give you a flavor, the warthog you find, maybe you drive it around and you can make repairs and you can fit gear onto it. Maybe like in Halo Infinite, you find upgrades for your armor, and they can just bring so much more to what Halo CE as a story could be, but also completely mix up the gameplay.
What if I brought you a cautionary tale of resetting canon called Star Wars?
I'm not talking about resetting the story.
We're not really talking about that, though.
Story beats remain.
But why go just completely back and forth? Like, so with Gears, it makes sense because they're going to a time period we've not seen. But you can't, if you do that in Halo, you can't be Superman, essentially. Or it has to be set in weird time periods where, like, we've always seen what Chief is doing in the games, essentially. Maybe you could have different characters in different parts of the canon and then just make stuff up. But
well, if you've got First Strikers canon as a book, there's loads of material there.
What I would like this to be is like the Resident Evil 2 equivalent of Halo CE. So Resident Evil 2 is like part remake, part reimagining. That is what I'd like this to be. But that was, that's just me.
That was Dead Space as well, where essentially Dead Space Remake got a lot of stuff from the sequels added into it. That's just not actually. If you play through Dead Space and then you play through the remake, you're like, holy shit, this is really different. But it doesn't feel different because it still feels like that original. So if they are committed to doing a remake for some reason, I'd be A-okay with fixing a lot of the faults of the time, maybe adding in story beats from future stuff, and it's a side thing they're doing while working on the next mainline game.
Almost like pretend you're making Halo CE now, if that makes sense. I don't know how better to explain it.
I get you. I'm with you.
Yeah. So pretend you're making...
I'm agreeing with Nick.
Yes, what would happen if you were making Halo CE today in 2024?
Yeah.
That is what I'd be okay with this being. So I'm trying to pick and choose the community questions that kind of...
Yeah,
and
I just want to briefly hit on Jesse's point around lore and, a cautionary tale. This is one of my biggest problems I think Halo has to overcome. And it's like the fan base is so rampant about their one thing. There are lore nerds, there are Forge nerds, there are multiplayer nerds, there are campaign nerds, there are machinima nerds. And for the last decade, 343 has, no offense, guys, badly managed a lot of those communities outside of the pro one, and even then there's a huge amount of drama and disagreement, right? Because they're trying to please everybody at once. And what I really want them to do more than anything else is go, we're not listening, we're going to make a game. And just do what they want to do.
You and I talked about that on Headlines. It was like Halo, the follow-up to Halo Infinite. In the opening cutscene, you can have a reason to get Chief off the ring and go do whatever you want. Because most of that universe is kind of set. Like, it's just open. Where do you want to take the story? Like, you don't have to reboot, because Halo Infinite, especially, and I talk about it all the time, but Halo Epitaph, which is right up there. The story of Halo 4, 5, and Infinite all tied together, ending off Halo 4 and 5 are in that book. It's great. It's right there. It's all shut down. It's all over. You can just come up with whatever new stuff you want around the Banished or Aatrox. You can get everyone off the ring, figure whatever, and do whatever you want. I think it is in a place where you can do that,
Jesse,
if you so choose.
I'm gonna stop you because there's a community question that kind of relates to exactly
it.
what you're saying, and then you can keep going. So the question is from Zip. No. Keep going anyway to answer this question because you'd be better at answering this question than I would be. Zip.
That's normally the case.
Bullshit. Do you think there is any chance that the team at Halo Studio would ever make a game set in the Halo universe but before the Human Covenant conflict starts? Reach addresses a little bit of the aftermath from that conflict a couple of times throughout the game, but I think it could be interesting to see some of humanity prior to this. The issues between the UNSC and various insurrectionist groups.
I think that would be John and my dream Mass Effect Halo game. Yeah. Because it's very political. It's a super political story.
Super political.
And it can lead into the start of the Covenant stuff even.
Yeah.
Because Reach isn't the start, Reach is a culmination. Like if you start with the intrigue and the Spartans becoming this tool that was built to go after other humans who didn't want to play ball with the government, definitely something that would never happen in the real world. Not in multiple places right now. I think that could be amazing, and that is inherently a political story, which would serve better from a action shooter focused RPG.
Yeah, the Halo Black Ops. Sign me up. Only ops or whatever it is.
Be an Oni person that's like, holy shit, we're really evil, and either you want to be evil and you go along with it, or you fight against it.
Yeah, but like the lore and stuff, like from my book, and it's the last I'll say on story beats, I guess. If 343 themselves and Microsoft are the owners of Halo can say, hey everyone, I know you were loving the idea of a TV show, but here's a different timeline. There's no reason a reboot of Halo CE can do that too. They can do what they want. But anyway, let's not get the TV show started. I'm going to go to the toilet. I'll be right back.
I mean,
another question.
It's worked for Final Fantasy VII in that it's reviewed incredibly well, but it hasn't sold incredibly well. So I'm always curious and hesitant on stuff like that.
Community question from Julia.
Oh, we gotta find it.
Do you guys? It's in there.
I got it.
It was from the forum.
Yeah, they're all on the forums now. I just gotta find them.
Do you guys like the art style in the Unreal Engine 5 Halo demo? I found it a bit garish and generic personally, though of course Lumen is cool. Now, see, I personally disagree. I loved how it looked. I loved how PBR it was. I love that fucking PBR look.
I didn't like Chief's silhouette. I didn't like it. It felt a little slimmer and smaller than he has lately, where he has felt like a big hulking tank. Mort's called it AI Chief. Just it's a little off for me. I never liked the CE look as much as all the other ones, really, though.
I think he looks fine in all the newer games. I love his Halo 4 look. I love his Halo 5 look, and I love his Infinite look.
And I got to answer a chat. I have no idea why he set his goddamn StreamYard to be my picture. Is it a bug? Why is it my picture?
It's because I'm logged in as the main account. And
that's going to be why.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
No, I'm not logged in as the main account. I'm just logged in as myself.
Well, I think you've done that at some point then, because I'm logged in as the main account.
We are all logged in as the main account. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Julia, I really liked how it looked, personally. I liked every fucking shred of what they showed. I love that zoom in on the Magnum, the greatest weapon in Halo history.
That's another hint towards the CE remake. Why the Magnum?
And did you see the dial? How the little dial was on it? Oh, my God. I was watching that. I'm like, holy fuck. This is we are so fucking back.
I am still sick of remakes overall.
My man Pierre, how long have I been beating the Pierre drum? I'm telling him, this is the guy. This is who should have been running it all along. Dude knows what the fuck is up. Next question. Hopefully I'm giving Jesse a little bit of time to try
I
and
just
grab
have
it.
to scroll to them.
From Jesse Brother. Happy Podcast 232, Electric Boogaloos. Pierre Heinz seems to be the best thing to happen to Halo in a long time. Yes, he is. As Halo looks incredible in Unreal Engine 5. That said, and because I know you three aren't just dumb, sad dad fans that only care about graphics, my question this week is, how do you think it will play on that engine? because the Slipspace engine was awesome with performance, even on console, including the lowly Series S. So Unreal Engine 5 and the dev team certainly have their work cut out for them. Well, we kind of touched on this earlier, but we'll talk about it more now. I feel like this is a myth that keeps getting perpetuated, this concern about the engine. Hey, Unreal Engine 5 has plenty of games that feel just fine. Again, if you haven't played Fortnite, go play it. As a shooter, it feels rock fucking solid. It feels great. The shooting feels good. The movement feels great. And if you've played Fortnite as much as I have, there are floaty moments where they can make it feel exactly like Halo 1 if you want to. And as has been explained to me by developers, it's all maths. So they can make it feel as close to Halo as you want. But the fact that all 6 Halo 7 current Halo games feel different to each other anyway, it doesn't mean anything.
It's kind of a moot
it feels
point.
like Halo. Yeah, they all feel different to each other. So it just has to feel good.
And I also
That's
think they
all it
only
has to
would have
feel.
made this move if they had it feeling good.
Yeah,
I don't think they would have done it if they weren't confident that it was going to feel good to play.
Yes, I reckon that is not a concern at all, how this is going to feel. I think this will feel as fantastic as all the other 343 now / Halo studios. Because like I said, go back and play Halo 4 and then play Halo 5 immediately after it. They feel different, but they both feel fantastic in their own right. 5 in particular. And then Infinite again feels incredible, but it feels completely different to 5. It feels nothing like 5, but still feels amazing. So I expect Halo, whatever the 7th game is called, or CE Remake, let's even mention the CE Remake. I expect that they will feel different to past Halos, but they will still feel great regardless.
Yeah.
Just like all of Halo Studios' Halo games have felt.
I would say all the Halo games had a base that felt Halo-ish, but then a lot of the things around that base were very different. Like grenade throws felt pretty different from game to game. Jumping always felt pretty floaty in Bungie, and then really not floaty with 343 after 4, especially. The move I would like. If I'm in a giant super suit and I'm supposed to be incredibly fast and strong, I would like to feel. I want to feel incredibly strong and fast and like I'm this big tank. I don't want to be this weird floaty guy who.
Yes,
it's very video gamey. Like especially for the single player side. For the multiplayer, absolutely balance it out, make it feel like a good multiplayer shooter. But if they are not fully entwined anymore, please make the single player make me feel like a super soldier.
I think that's the beauty of decoupling them, is that they don't have to worry about the balance of gun 1, 2, and 3 and how it translates to how it feels in multiplayer. They're separate and they can just completely go crazy with a fully, like, let's go win some Game of the Year awards with a really great Halo campaign, purely focused. Of course, I don't think that the industry will let them. They'll be like, oh, it's missing it, and off they'll go.
I know.
They have to be from the get-go. As soon as they reveal the thing, this is a single-player game. There's no multiplayer. There's no nothing. It's just this.
The multiplayer is its own thing.
And the multiplayer netcode should be better because they've got other studios already working on it. They have Fortnite's netcode, which is solid. Like that was a big problem for years in Infinite was the desync that they finally fixed. But again, it was the having to put the tracks down while the train's rolling forward situation. With that being gone, you are dependent on your partner whose engine you are using. You have to pay them for it, but you're not, well, sadly not paying people to do it yourself. But hopefully that is still being invested in. You still need people on your team to work with Unreal. They're just not creating Unreal. They're helping it work better for you with your tool set and all that type of stuff. So I'm hoping last thing for me on this is I'm really hoping their reinvestment does mean a reinvestment because it's not a big studio despite being a big game. I hope it becomes a bigger studio that can properly support multiple projects.
Yeah.
Hot take.
I don't disagree.
If they do end up separating the multiplayer from the campaign completely, Halo 5 is the perfect feel for multiplayer, and Infinite is a great feel for campaign, if that makes sense.
I prefer Infinite's feel for multiplayer to Halo 5.
Oh, Halo 5 felt amazing
Halo
for
5
multiplayer.
To me, overcomplicated the formula. There were too many bells and whistles.
I love that.
That alienated a lot of casual players. I think Infinite, as well with its strict focus in terms of multiplayer, it's so strict to focus on pro play. And it's not to take away anything from people that love watching ACS and enjoying it at that level. But the way the original games, and I think all games should be a good game first, and not we're building this to be played as an esport. The esport should build their rule set around what's available in the game that's for everybody. That's the way it should be built.
Halo 5's multiplayer, man. I mean, we said it back then. Like, it's such a shame the campaign was what it was, because that multiplayer is so ridiculously good. Like, just the headshot sound, the sound when you got a headshot, that little pop, and just the ADS, they nailed how it felt, and the thrust and the clamber, and I fucking loved Halo 5's multiplayer.
Thrusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, just
all over the line.
One thing I think that they would really need, and I think it's becoming more and more clear as time goes along, they need a really good, not just co-op campaign, they need a repeatable co-op thing. They need that Warzone, like the Warzone firefight in Halo 5 was amazing. It was so fun. It was so good, but it came late. Like, if that is a thing alongside a multiplayer game, like, you've got this thing you can keep playing, because not a lot of people just really like playing co-op way more than playing PvP. So you have your PvP for the PvPers, you have your multiplayer co-op for the people that like playing with other people and not having to sweat against other people. And I think that would be a big thing, especially if there is a forge.
So before I go to the next community question, I'll ask a question that relates to what we're talking about. And it just this idea literally just popped into my head. Would they consider, or should they consider doing with Halo what they've done, what Call of Duty has done? So have an overarching launcher, and then have all the parts within that launcher.
Great in theory. It's been terrible in practice. But if you can build it from that way from the start, absolutely, I think that could work great.
Yes, because we know that my man Pierre knows how to get these things done. Look at Master Chief Collection. Like, look at what they've executed there on what was a broken product. It was something that was completely broken, and look at what it is now. If they were doing it, because look at Fortnite does it. Fortnite has the same thing. Fortnite is effectively a launcher, and then within that launcher, you've got all these parts, like rocket racing, and
which is dead.
Music thing. Yeah, I know. And the music thing, and all the different player-made games, and Lego Fortnite, and it's all within this one thing. So we know Unreal Engine can do it, and can do it just fine. When you combine that with my man that knows what he's doing, I think it could be really cool to have this Halo launcher, and then within there, I want to do the campaign, and then everything that pertains to the campaign is there. I want to do the multiplayer. I want to do Forge. I want to do Battle Royale. And it's all just there within this beautiful launcher. I reckon that could be cool.
It could
do something like that.
It could be. I think whatever Halo's newer multiplayer ends up being, I think Jesse's absolutely on the money. It has to, in the world of Helldivers, post Helldivers, they were missing a trick in not having a repeatable. Because you think about the broader design implications of it. Okay, you've got the Covenant Warfront, right? So we're out. And you're going to worlds and you're participating in battles, but you can affect it. You can have a very similar design methodology behind it, where everybody's communicating and getting together and doing stuff. But you've got that gorgeous, repeatable Halo 30 seconds of fun gameplay loop that underpins it. But with the new engine and the performance abilities of it and the scalability of it, you've got, the world's your oyster in terms of the types of things you could introduce and the scale of those things.
Go fight the Warden Eternals over here. Go fight the Banished over it. You could pull in...
The Scarab can come in and actually be an AI and, I'd love it.
And you don't have to have gear unlocks like a Destiny. It can be cosmetic stuff focused like Helldivers, although Helldivers does put gear in their stuff as well. And Helldivers did not do IP crossovers, and it, I think, has hurt the It has a solid user base on PC, but it's dropped a lot, especially on like PlayStation 5. And the only way you get to penetrate that top 15 set of games is if you really hit it off as either one of the very few paid games that can pull people in, or one of the very many free-to-play games that can find a big audience because you just constantly give them carrots to chase.
Next question.
There's a super chat too.
Super chat from Grand Benefactor. He wins.
Oh, okay. Super chat from Grand Benefactor Assassin Entertainment. The reason why Halo 4 and 5 isn't as beloved, as explained to me, is that it's competitive based. Bungie said they designed Halo multiplayer to be an FPS party game. They need to go back to that.
Yes.
In what sense?
More focus on the big team battle and fun stuff and less on the super tight, sweaty esports.
Yeah, let the pros take what they're given as a release of multiplayer to go off once they've got that final product and go off and make their pro settings, and maybe speeds 150% of standard, and maybe their jump heights this much shorter or higher, whatever, and maybe their battle rifle does 10% more damage. Let them go off and build their own set of rules for what they want their pro league to be. But I do not believe that the focus for building multiplayer is to focus on that pro competitive scene first and then worry about everything else later on.
Especially because it really hurt Overwatch, because it constantly changed Overwatch's builds and buffs and meta, because everything had to be balanced for Overwatch League, which would just constantly trickle down to like, I love this guy. Oh, my character sucks because they're too good in Overwatch League. They're not too good in normal person league, but they're too good there, and that type of stuff.
Halo doesn't have classes. Halo doesn't have classes, so that's
like how much does this gun?
It has had classes,
and how quick does this gun kill?
When?
This gun's now nerfed because it was too good, type of stuff.
Well, classes, loadouts. Oh, I'm going to be a sniper. I'm going to be a shotgun. I'm going to be a assault rifle.
Yeah, okay, but the gun thing is still going to be a thing regardless. Like guns back as early as the old days, there were guns that were OP and all that sort of stuff in Halo.
But they weren't removed. Do you know what I mean? Like, they weren't, let's quickly patch it. Like, because the pros are complaining.
And I do think you need SBMM. I know everyone says they hate it, but whenever it goes away from that, the people that hate it are normally the ones that are pretty good and can stomp on others. And they just really want to stomp and not have it be sweaty. And I get that. Like, it was too sweaty for me in Titanfall 2. I would play a couple of games, do really well, but feel exhausted because I was having to go crazy for 25 minutes straight to win, which can feel cool, but it's not relaxing. And I do think as long as they've got enough, I'm just going to go in and have some big, dumb, fun stuff like Husky Raid, like that type of, this is stupid, but it's really enjoyable. Mixed with, and there's ranked for ranked, and there's like they need to have that sweet that wasn't there at launch for Infinite.
You know what was great in Halo 5? Breakout. I loved Breakout.
Not many.
It wasn't quite SWAT, but it wasn't quite standard Halo Arena either. I loved Breakout. Breakout was fun as. I was upset when that went away. I thought it was super, super fun.
It was a cool idea. And I think there are other game types that could come off of the rules that were quite good, but it just didn't find a wider audience, unfortunately.
I don't know. I reckon in a potential launcher, Halo launcher world that's similar to Fortnite, I reckon Breakout could find a little niche, a little hardcore niche that sticks around, I reckon. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Community question from Hytham G. With Halo going to Unreal 5, here's us a question down below is this. With a rumour Halo CE Remake with Unreal 5 in the works, what about that game rumoured to be considered to be coming to PlayStation, along with the next-gen Switch, and for previous Halo games? Are they maybe coming to Switch and PlayStation? Your gen's take on Halo situation going forward?
Hytham sounds like IGN this week.
Yeah. I personally believe Master Chief Collection will go to PlayStation and the next Switch, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I would not be surprised if they were trying to get Master Chief Collection running on the original Switch. I think Halo CE Remake will come to PlayStation 5 and Switch 2. Halo 7, however, I believe will not. That's what I think.
I think Master Chief Collection is a strong possibility, and I do understand the business implications and decisions as to why if the Halo CE remake is a real thing, why that could. But I also think that there's a really healthy argument to be made. I having to caveat this kind of stuff. Imagine a world
In the world.
Thank you. Where they nail it. There's a Halo CE remake, and holy fucking god, it's the second coming of first-person shooters, and it blows the industry away. And then for the first time they've managed to pull it off, they release it on their competitor's platform. Instead of, if you want to play the second coming of Halo, you got to buy an Xbox, or you got to play it on... Like, that is going to be the question that's going on in Microsoft's, executive offices. What's the trade-off? Because unlike, things like, Grounded going elsewhere and Indiana Jones, this is Halo we are talking about. This is
I know,
right? And I'm sure they're going to be
that.
conscious of that. The fan base reaction is going to be...
Oh, they'll lose their shit.
The idiots will, yes.
My thing is, so as I had mentioned a while back, a little birdie had told me many years ago that there were discussions around Halo Infinite's multiplayer going to PlayStation 5. And as was explained to me back then, many, many years ago, the thought process at Microsoft was, let's use the free multiplayer on PlayStation as an ad. Let's think of it as an ad, as marketing for Halo, and say, hey, look, you're having fun with this Halo multiplayer? Hey, if you want that campaign, better come on, subscribe to Game Pass on Xbox and get it on Xbox. That was the thought process as part of those discussions around Halo multiplayer, Infinite multiplayer being on PlayStation.
Yeah.
So that thought process is probably still there. It still lingers. So they're like, okay, Master Chief Collection's a decade old now. We've squeezed every bit of that lemon on Xbox.
They tried to make more money and the fans lost their shit.
Yep. So we've squeezed that lemon on Master Chief Collection. Let's get it on Switch 2, which can run it. Let's get it on PlayStation and tease them and say, hey, Halo, look how good. Remember all this? Remember Halo 1? Remember Halo 2? Look how much fun you're having with the multiplayer, and it's cross-platform and all this sort of stuff. And then they say, well, if you want the next Halo, here's a tease with CE Remake. And they go, look how nice this looks. Look how nice this feels. Look, it's Halo CE as you remember it in your head. But look how good it is. If you want the next one, better sub the Game Pass, better get an Xbox.
The problem with doing this kind of this approach, though, is it just becomes no, we're going to get into a tangent. I'll say what I need to say, but let's cut it.
What?
It just becomes, the constant conversation becomes less about the game, and it becomes your audience, both on your core platforms, your own platform, and elsewhere, don't know what's what because you're picking and choosing. Either do it all or do none, or make it clear. Like, yeah, it's just going to be the studios
they're going
we
to pick
bought.
and choose, though. They're saying they're going to pick and choose. Again, that's what they're saying.
I know, but it's going to bite them in the ass, and it's going to get...
It might. Yeah.
But yeah.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm not... Oh, my God. If it was up... You know me. I'm not saying I agree with it.
They would be ripped apart faster than
down.
Google if you were in charge.
Yeah, okay. You know me. I would lock it all down. I'm just saying that I think that the way they're going to frame it internally is, let's use this as an ad. Let's get this on the other platforms as an ad to try and get them onto our platform. Yeah. So if you want this next amazing looking Halo, you're going to have to get an Xbox and sub the Game Pass. Whether that works, I'm not saying it'll work. I'm not saying I agree. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that's what I think they'll do and how I think they are thinking.
Yeah. It's interesting. There's a super chat from Rafik145 on this. and he's asked, "Is it fanboyism when the media, the first thing they speak about of all this Halo news, is it coming
Yes.
to PS5? Is that
I know.
fanboyism?
Yes.
I feel like it's SEO driven.
Both.
Yes, a little bit of it is SEO. A little bit of it is SEO, but it's, how do I explain it? It's SEO that they were just dying to put out there. Let's just put it that way.
Because you can get
It's-
SEO on any game going to a platform it's never been on, but they don't do that.
Yeah. It's SEO that they've been dying to get out there. Let's just put it that way. I think, I think they'll keep Halo 7.
The
As an
worst one for
exclusive.
me was after all of this reveal and everything, the worst headline I saw, unfortunately, was on Eurogamer, and the headline was, "What Halo on Unreal Engine 5 means for PS5." And I'm like,
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, this was more. This wasn't about. I've seen the theories on Twitter. Oh, this is all about being multiplat. No, it's not. This was about making Halo Studios' life easier. This was about being able to get out content faster. This was about allowing the contractors to hit the ground running, which can only help Halo. Like, if they don't have to waste months learning an engine which was causing problems even for 343 themselves, that can only be a good thing. It means that instead of taking 7 years to make Halo 7, it might only take 4. Do you know what I mean? If it means that now if they do separate the multiplayer and want battle passes and ongoing content and all this sort of stuff, they can get that content out faster. Like it's about making Halo Studios' life easier. It's not about multi-platform development.
It's almost like there's been a Blam Engine game on PlayStations for a decade.
"Yeah,
Sounds like
Probably
that.
has been.
Yeah, Destiny. Like it's not
Yeah.
like it's not going to Unreal doesn't make porting magically super easy. It's just it is what it is. It's all about time and effort. Like that you can make.
Yes.
You can make a version of Halo Infinite run on Switch if you wanted to. It'd be like friggin' 240p, and you'd have to chop the levels up, but you could.
Yeah. That again, that's all the bait. All that stuff is bait. This had nothing to do with multi-platform development. Absolutely nothing. Because then you could say, "Oh, well, what about Gears? Gears all these years has been exclusive. It's been on Unreal." Like no. This has nothing to do with multi-platform development. This is purely about making life easier for Halo Studios. That's the core. That would be the core reason for it.
Yeah,
I
agree."
But there's also a community question about this. 99 Rukin. I'm going to start off. I'm not a fan of where Halo is going with Unreal Engine. That's okay. That's my opinion. You might have a different opinion. We do. My question, what in-house engine or third-party engine, if you think it's a possibility to actually happen, would you rather have? Oh my God, what did you just do, Jesse? Would you rather have for Halo? For me, it's Crytek's CryEngine.
I was making sure his name showed up because it was too zoomed in before.
Okay. Look, I would have said Unreal anyway, but Crytek is a good shout because Crytek, when it's being wielded by someone that knows what they're doing, CryEngine looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, just look at Rise. A decade later. Rise still looks beautiful and ridiculous even now. So, yes, I mean, the Far Cry games aren't ugly. They're quite... And Crysis. Crysis is a good-looking first-person shooter.
Yeah. I don't know how... I mean, Hunt the Showdown's on Crytek, isn't it?
The biggest game that uses Crytek is Kingdom Come and Kingdom Come 2.
And it looks great.
Mm-hmm.
So
all I know is that these port discussions have brought out the worst in chat. People are very much arguing. They're angry.
why are they getting arguing down there? Come on, boys and girls. We're all here to just play video games and have fun.
No, I think Unreal's the right choice. Like, you know, I've seen some discussion on other podcasts and Twitter and stuff that's like, oh, Halo was never about the graphics. That's actually not true at all. No. So with Halo CE, I know it hasn't aged the greatest, but Halo CE at its time was one of the best looking games out there.
Yeah.
Halo 2 even more so. My God, the way, again, I'm old enough to remember when Halo 2 was shown off, man, like people were losing their shit over how Halo 2
never looked as good as the E3 demo, unfortunately. Still looked nice. No. But we will finally get to see that E3 demo on the anniversary. They announced that they're going to release that into Master Chief Collection, which is cool. Finally see that nice lighting system they couldn't get in time.
The only times that Halo wasn't considered, like, I remember there was a lot of controversy with Halo 3 visually.
The field of view was really bad on 360. It was so squished.
On 360.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that. I remember... I remember the discussions around Halo 3 because a lot of people were like, oh, it doesn't look that good. So the argument that both sides of the Halo 3 argument were, these people were like, why doesn't it look as good as we think? But then the other side was because it's doing a lot with physics and shit like that, Halo 3, and lighting. Like Halo 3 was doing a lot with physics and lighting, which didn't allow it to look as...
Their lighting engine was great.
And all the particle effects and everything it was doing with physics, it kind of held... Like, there was only so much the 360 could pull off.
Yeah.
And then as we saw with Halo 4, there were a lot of aspects of the game that suffered. A lot of things that make Halo Halo that suffered so you could have the greatest looking game of that generation. So you got the wow factor in Halo 4. Halo 4 still looks fucking amazing now, 12 years later. Game. Halo 4, I still think, is probably the best looking game of Gen 7 to this day.
It's definitely up there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. But look at it. It's not big open worlds. The physics aren't right. It's very limited as a Halo game.
It's far linear than any other Halo has ever been.
Yes, and that is the sacrifice that had to be made on that hardware to give you that look. But to say that Halo's never about graphics, push it. Halo was always about graphics.
Halo 5 is a really good-looking game with some bad animations the moment they're 20 feet away from you because they were really pushing 60.
Yeah, Halo 5 was an interesting one. I remember the talk with Halo 5 being that it wasn't that great looking, and they didn't have the split-screen co-op, partially because of the limitations of what Blam was doing on Xbox One. But then Halo 5 became better looking once the Series X and the One X came along.
Yeah, 4K Halo 5, when their dynamic rendering solution was at its peak during the One X, it was like, oh, this looks really great. But I the graphics talk, I agree and disagree. Halo has been the statement game from Xbox first party as to why you should play on their ecosystem, and that's that's what's been lost over the years because games are bigger than ever and there's so many cool ideas out there, and it became increasingly difficult with the HD era and the 4K era to get every feature ticked off is a Halo launch. Like Halo 3 and Halo Reach were these complete phenomenal for the $60 you spent packages of awesome. There's something for everyone in that package, but as it progressed, it became harder to achieve that. And going back to Unreal now, it might.
And Halo Infinite suffered a lot. Again, I'm not saying Halo Infinite is ugly. I'm not trying to say that, but that Craig moment lingered with the game beyond release, long beyond release, and their ambitions for an open world Halo, combined with the very stupid decision of tying it down to Xbox One, that combination of factors held Infinite back from a visual standpoint. As good looking as I still think the game is, it was still not what it could have been. And the possibilities now with Unreal Engine, I am extremely ridiculously excited about. Because as we've seen with Hellblade, when you allow someone to wield Unreal Engine that knows what they are doing, the results are spectacular. Now, while we don't know Halo Studios' abilities with Unreal Engine yet, the one thing we do know about Halo on Unreal is that they've got Coalition next door, they've got Ninja Theory next door.
They've got partners that can show them the way.
And they've now got the ability to get contractors. They have the ability to recruit the best possible Unreal Engine talent on the planet to help them make Halo look incredible again. And I mean incredible, like life-changing, like Halo 4 did, like Halo 2 did at the time. They have that opportunity now.
Mugger hats make Halo great. No, it's still great. What are we talking about? Greater? I don't know.
Make Halo complete at launch again.
That's a good one. Let's acronym that shit.
Yes, then that's another opportunity they have.
Depending on how the elections go next month, I might never want to go anywhere near that stupid style of catchphrase again.
Yeah, fair.
Now, this is another topic. This last community question on Halo is handy because it allows us to talk about another aspect of switching to Unreal that John especially will have thoughts on. From our friend Colbert. Has John already applied for a job at the new rebranded studio as he is a high decoration contributor to Halo Forge? Forgive me for my curiosity. Now, there's some interesting implications. What does this do for Forge?
On a grand scale, I think it will be great. So, things like scripting in Halo Infinite as it exists is based off of, very standard game language blueprint style scenarios that are present in Unreal. The ability to upload PC developed assets for custom content and campaigns could be very accessible, although it would have to be moderated. But you only have to look at UEFN on Fortnite for what could be possible in a Halo Forge to get you a little bit excited. Now, having said all that,
the appetite
for me, as a big Forge fan, I'm kind of like, it will feel like it will be the end of my time. And I don't say that because I would be incapable of using UEFN. I've looked at some of their tools. They look great. But it will enable so many more people that have more time and are more passionate and are more capable than I.
And a lot of talent.
And a lot of talent to build cool stuff that I feel for me as a legacy forger, that it'll probably be my time to retire from building stuff in that way. Like, I will probably, and I'm sad about it in some ways, it will probably be my time to step back and let the younger generation take the reins. Like, I look at the content I've made in Infinite, and for a while, and maybe I've kissing my own ass, I feel like I made some of the prettiest maps that you could make, but I haven't forged anything for over a year now, more or less. And there are some incredible forges.
I do like your Obama meme, John. You just put your little ribbon on yourself for your pretty, your pretty
give
levels.
Myself a little medal. I've got the most maps in matchmaking, or I did have for a significant period of time, that I've had a direct hand in and done the art for than any other forger in Halo Infinite.
So, question for you then.
Yeah.
I haven't used Unreal Editor since Unreal was the start of 4. I just mucked around with it and let it basically make a FPS for me. What approach do you think they will take with this? Because it's a...
They can build how it works right now.
Okay.
What?
So we have a community question from Robert Brinko, new patron. That's the person I've been getting 100 messages from today. He has told me now.
Okay.
He is going. He is apologizing. No, you know what? I bet you it's her. It said, "Okay, I'm going to ground her. Goodbye." I bet you that's her still. But he's got a community question on the friggin'. I just realized.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm curious what approach you think they will take, because this will be on PC as well. So is it going to be full opened up Unreal Engine editor?
No.
Is it going to be, are they going to create this fork of simplified Unreal? Because I don't know how it works with Fortnite. I have no idea how it works with Fortnite.
A little bit.
Some of
the technologies would be the same. If it were me, I would imagine it would be a cross between what Forge legacy fans would maybe be expecting and tweaked and built, but it would utilize a lot of the power of the existing engine's capabilities. The rub for me, And it's interesting you talk about like on PC. If you think about PC versus console, well, in the current world, it would create an element of haves and have-not, where PC forgers in this new era would be able to do all of these cool extra things that console players couldn't. But if we think about Microsoft's broader strategy, well, it's all one and the same. So it kind of lends credence to that a little bit for me as well, in terms of the ability to do custom creation and have, I'll create something in Blender or whatever.
No, I know,
then,
but there'll be forges, but there'll also be forges on console. So they can't have two different.
But in the new era, Microsoft's consoles are PCs. That's my point. So you can have one unified approach for advanced users, and because you could, in theory, on console install X, Y, and Z if it's a PC. I don't know what they.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I think it's It's going to be interesting to see how that turns out, because are they going to do it in a way where there's this separate, I guess, not launcher, but like a separate fork of Unreal Editor that's purely for Halo, where it's restricted to like the I've seen it before, the blueprint thing where you've got the little box that links to another box links to another box.
That's in Halo right now. That's a scripting tool, but the actual arting of levels is somewhat similar. Like you can go watch videos. It's a bit more advanced in UFN, and there's a lot more power to it, especially if you're on PC. But yeah, for me, I think it's going to be the end of an era. Like, because I'm going to look at what other people are capable of with their time, and maybe they're 20 something, and I'm going to be like, it will be a legitimate way into. I mean, it already has been. Forge has been a legitimate way into working for 343. There are forgers that have gone on and done it and done level design, but as a skill, because you are working in Unreal, and it's not a big leap to go from whatever Forge's version or Unreal's version of Forge would be to the real Unreal and making actual Halo content at the studio. It's not a huge leap anymore. So it's tremendously exciting, and the amount of stuff that people could make would be incredible. I'm just like, I personally am like a little bit sad, because I feel like, the thing I loved about Forge always was kit bashing stuff that shouldn't be what it is into something that it is now. And that will just go away, because with Unreal, you'll be able to make whatever you want.
It's supposed to pop up on stream, but it did not. But I want to thank Ben Angelo for his $15 donation to our Extra Life charity stream, which will be running November 2nd. We'll be going all day. It might be 2 parts. If we go over 12 hours, I'll have to make a second stream because YouTube breaks after 12 hours. But thank you very much, Ben. November 2nd.
Thank you, Ben. You rule.
Thanks, mate.
It's a complicated question.
Yeah, but I do feel that it's going to help in so much as Forge should be there day one now.
Well, it would be separated as a multiplayer thing, but
yes, it would be separate, but it'll be there. It should be there now from the start. Even if it's a modified UEFN, for Halo.
UEFN, I hate saying that word because I can't say it. UEFN wasn't there from day one, right? It was a thing
it wasn't.
They realized they could.
Correct, but it also wasn't a part of what was expected for Fortnite. So
yeah, true.
Forge is an expectation of Halo. And now that UEFN exists and can probably be tweaked and modified specifically for Halo, my assumption is it's something that... Because Halo 5, one of the knocks on Halo 5 was that Forge wasn't there from day one.
Yep.
And in the end, it wasn't the best either. That was a big knock on 5, probably even more so than Infinite. Now with this, it should be there from the start, which is another positive for Halo.
Yeah.
Next question that relates to Unreal Engine and Halo. Because again, I don't know the answer, and maybe you guys do. How is Unreal Engine, in particular 5, with split screen?
No idea.
It's a big deal. There's a big controversy with Halo 5 and Infinite.
It's very performant. It's very performance heavy. So I would have to guess it's not great unless you are willing to strip back for it. Because it's still not good on PC with traversal stutter. Like the stutter in Silent Hill 2's remake on PC is terrible. Now that does come down to studio stuff, how good you are. Ninja Theory was able to get rid of it in the Xbox series version of Hellblade, but not PC. It's still there on PC, oddly enough. There are still issues. Like Unreal Engine 5 was terrible early on. It's getting to okay now. I'm very curious where it could be by the time a Halo game's out in like a couple years or more.
But that's what I mean. It's an interesting discussion because we know the Coalition know what they're doing with split screen and Unreal. So they have a studio under their banner that arguably has dealt with Unreal and split screen better than Epic.
Yes.
Fortnite is supposed to be getting split screen. I believe it's something they are working on. If it might already be there now. Wait, let me
I think it's the scale of the games, though, Nick. Like,
yeah, you can get co-op into anything. How hard are you pushing whatever you're doing? Like, what is your scope on?
Oh, it is there.
Yeah,
split screen's in Fortnite now, so it's something they've been working on and clearly something they've thought about. So by the time we get to Halo CE Remake and Halo 7, that sort of stuff should be bedded down to a point where maybe that's another thing that's there from day one. So all of a sudden, this change to Unreal has all these beautiful, magnificent knock-on effects where we now come back to a Halo game that launches the way we've all wanted. With split screen day one, with Forge day one, with all these things there day one.
The thing is, if the game's fundamental designs, systems, and features and graphical fidelity has to take a hit to support split screen, then split screen can go fuck itself. From a campaign point of view,
I agree.
From a multiplayer point of view, it's probably a little bit more likely.
And it's still there. It's always been there for multiplayer. I don't think it'll go away. I don't think their multiplayer is going to become so big. It's not going to be like Battlefield, like 10 square mile friggin' arenas.
But yeah, it's the biggest exciting thing outside of like what Forge could be, and we're already seeing it now with the limited Forge that exists in Infinite, custom campaigns.
Okay, I have one last update.
Is this on the 6-year-old?
Her big brother has the phone, and he apologized for her. And he sent me a voice message saying, "Good night. They are very Rob Brinko. Your kids are very cute. Stop
Where
giving them a phone." I don't know.
Rob?
I don't. They've got a phone that's got his account logged into it. That's all I know. So Rob, they're adorable. Keep a closer eye on them.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think this is all good stuff. I'm shocked that I'm the one that's being like relentlessly positive about this. It's all good.
I think like I am positive. Like I've always loved Halo, even when 343 as a company made mistakes. I've still always enjoyed every single one of their games. I am positive about the future of Halo, and I think this is why they did it on a Sunday to their fans, not to the media, not as part of a showcase. They spoke to their fans directly, to the people in the room, and were like, here's what we're doing. And I think they did that because, as a fan, I've also heard this song and dance before.
Mm-hmm.
We saw exactly the same kind of presentation with the power of Slipspace Engine, and it all fell to shit.
We never had them.
I'm not.
So I know one thing.
It's not the same.
There's one thing. It isn't the same thing this time as we know, but most of the people in the comments on our videos didn't know, is that they fired everyone. Like they fired all those people who kept making those decisions. They are all gone. So everyone's like, this is the same 343 that made Halo 4,
just a
Halo
rebrand.
5. Halo 5. It's like, no, it is not. It is
a new studio.
It's a new name because it's got new leadership. It might still have plenty of people who have worked on the game before. Forge Lord, lots of other people. But
Pierre.
Yeah, who they forced on stage. He really did not want to be there, but he powered through.
No, you can tell he never wants to be in public.
He was so adorable. He hates being on camera. It was so cute.
He wants to be the man behind the curtain that never appears in front of the curtain.
Like
you can tell.
He really struggled with making eye contact and like.
He
was super cute. Like I really felt for him.
You could tell 100%. They were like, dude,
you got it.
For marketing reasons, we need you out there. And he's like, no, I do not.
He even said it in the vidoc. He's in there briefly at the beginning, not talking directly to the camera. Really, he does like one line, and he's like, "Yeah."
He's like, you can tell 100% he wishes he was anywhere but in front of that camera talking to people like he did. But, mate, he is the man. Pierre is the man that's going to fix all of it. I think I will die on that fucking hill, as I always have.
If the next game sucks, I will kill you.
That's
so
fine.
you can die on a hill. So it won't be
die
Florida,
on
no
that
hills
hill.
here.
I shared that Halo stuff out to my group and my group of friends. We all met playing Halo, and I got pictures of a dead horse being beaten. They've all moved on. They've all given up.
They're all
hope.
British. Yes.
No, they're not all British.
It was a miserable country. Everyone felt sad when Nick and I were there, didn't they, Nick? I don't feel like I'm speaking out of turn. It felt like a sad place. It felt like the Tories had beaten you down for so long that there's just no hope
I don't
left in
disagree
it.
with that.
And now you've got Starmer in there, and he sucks. It's like it's just not good. I feel bad. It's you're not much better than us. We're bad, but man,
Come to Australia.
How great was Germany, Nick? What if the whole trip
Germany
had
was
been
good.
there? Oh my god,
Germany was good.
Bratwurst.
Germany
Oh,
was really good.
Schnitzel.
I liked Cologne.
Yeah.
Cologne was nice.
Yeah. God, England sucks. All right, John, what's up?
Yeah. That was Halo. I
don't care.
I am ridiculously optimistic about crazy optimistic about the future of Halo.
That means it's going to be bad.
Crazy optimistic.
Do you think it makes sense for whatever new Halo title, if it's being worked on and it is a remake, that they target the release of whatever new platforms they are going to be making, handheld and new console? And if that's 2026, do they target for that? Do they target for the first
for the
year?
remake? For the remake, yeah. For the remake, because
Do you think it'll be 2026?
A remake can be whipped up far faster than a brand new game.
Especially if they're
can...
into it and they've done a lot of the stuff that we've seen is already done, and there's probably more. Yeah, they could be, a 4-year remake. I don't freaking know. We're all guessing.
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah.
But it'd be cool.
I personally think that was them showing us the Halo remake right under our noses. That's what I think they were doing. And if that is, I reckon it looked so fucking good. Man, when they zoomed in on that Magnum, I was like, oh my god, look at how that fucking metal looks. Like, look how just.
I know people are going to say it's too clean, and it obviously it's not what the final product would look like. They go through so many passes at the end and stuff. Yeah, there'd be a lot more to it.
And the energy sword.
The rippling
on the energy sword.
Nice.
It looked so good, and the forests looked dense and thick, and it was
it doesn't have to be 2026 because they're going to have a lot of shit. Like we already know, they're going to have a ton. So it can finally be when it's ready. If it's ready in 2026, cool. If not,
no, it can be, but I think it would be nice if they can have the Halo CE remake launch with this supposed portable. Halo on the go, here you go. And then man,
because they're gonna have Perfect Dark, Clockwork Revolution, they've got so many things announced that don't have a date. Who knows, maybe E-Day, maybe Everwild, who knows.
Can you imagine that
Contraband.
portable launches with E-Day and a Halo CE remake?
When you Xbox, would they have launched earlier in the year, and then the hardware comes out later in the year? They've never really felt like the ones that hold stuff back. Maybe they could with that.
I'm just saying, imagine a scenario where this handheld launches with CE remake, Gears E-Day, Perfect Dark. And you're just like, what the fuck, man? That would just be unbelievable.
Gary Barwick calling you out in chat, Nick. Nick, you always say it's about gameplay, but you are gushing about graphics.
I know, because gameplay's never been a problem for Halo. Gameplay's never been a problem for Halo. And
Good
you
response.
also, and if you're going to try and gotcha me, then remember that I've said that Halo is that exception where it has always needed to, you literally heard me before just say, people say, oh, Halo's not about the graphics. Yes, it has been. It always has been Halo. Halo has been that exception.
Just on the last thing on Halo, before we move on to other things, I have got a copy, and I am working on a review for Halo's new tabletop miniature board game, which takes the world of 4v4 PvP into a Warhammer light construct where you're playing.
Remember what that's
a
called
PvP
again?
match. It's called Halo Flashpoint, and it is out. I have it here. I'm not, I could talk about it now, like briefly, but I haven't given it full attention because I've got the boys coming down next weekend. So the weekend coming, where we're going to get really stuck in. So you can expect to see a review shortly afterwards of what I think about the game.
Does it
My
come
initial
painted or
thoughts
not?
are they come not painted, so
I
they're just
figured.
red and blue. You can paint them, but my initial thoughts are, oh my god, this is complicated, and I think that is my biggest takeaway from plot. Like,
It's
just
not out
reading
yet,
through
right?
it.
Or is
It's
it?
out. It's early for us. It's coming out in November, I think, in retail. But after reading in thoroughly several times the 48-page rule manual, the cool thing is it supports multiple game types like CTF or Oddball or Slayer, which I think is really smart and cool. And it's got all of the UNSC Halo-y stuff, and there's another version that has elites and Covenant things. Mine's just got the UNSC stuff, so it's very much multiplayer, but it is very Halo, and it's clearly made with a lot of dedication and love for the series. So get stuck in next weekend, get my board game on.
Have the
I'll
boys
bring you my
over, have
film.
them stuck you in?
Oh yeah, they're going to fill me right up with game
Beans and
rules.
toast. Yeah.
But yeah, just a heads up. But there you go.
DeadlyHeadley is in the chat saying that he put a question in on the form. Did it get missed? And I'm here, and there's only the 4 answers. There's only the 4 here. I can't see anything. There's no 5th question.
Maybe it's an old. Well, no, we turn off the questions on the old forms. I don't know.
There's Jazail, Robert, Brinko, Mattress, and SJ. There's nothing from DeadlyHeadley.
Is DeadlyHeadley a patron?
Yes.
I want to say yes. Because I'd be like, that would be why, but if
yes.
he's not.
Yes, he has been for a while. That's the only reason he has
Yeah,
access to
that's
the
what I
form.
Yeah.
So,
Pretty sure.
Type
That's
it in chat.
weird.
We'll answer right now.
yeah, go for it. We'll wrap it up on DeadlyHeadley's thoughts. He was just on Septic Sauce,
Yes.
and he's up very
was.
late tonight.
I almost got in
Because
trouble.
he's in the miserable land of England.
Yeah. Shitty version of Australia. Yeah.
It's a really sad version of New England. That's what it felt like. No, obviously I didn't see the whole thing. I didn't see the whole countryside. I didn't see the beaches or the rich folk area. But I never really saw those in half of Massachusetts either because we grew up okay. Not poor, but not rich.
So, DeadlyHeadley, is your question about Halo? If it is, type it so we can continue Halo discussion
It
rather than
is.
going to some. It is.
He is. He's put it in the chat. 343's handling of campaigns.
Oh, where?
And what should Halo Studios do to restore trust?
Mm.
Well, it looks like what we're getting is the CE remake, which will be their take on how they would modernize CE as far as a campaign goes, and that will be the litmus test. So if the reception to CE remake is really good on what modern Halo CE should be, then we will have an idea of whether we're going to like Halo 7 or not. That's just my take on it.
I think that the whole announcing it all on a Sunday to their fans, not to the media, not to anybody else, but to their community, their hardcore community, at a celebration event for their series, was a message in and of itself to say, we know, and this is us talking to you. That's how I took it. But proof's in the pudding.
Yeah. The only
You know?
thing that's going to restore trust is putting out a really good product at launch, like one that's complete. Because Halo Infinite could have done that if they had the multiplayer ready to keep being supported, because people love the campaign. But they didn't have Forge and they didn't have a constant throughput of new content. They had like no team for it, a year and a half to start getting updates because they had to build up a team. Like that was when the trust was there at launch. People loved the multiplayer. Then they broke it a month in with a playlist update, and then it wasn't fixed until January because of the holiday season. That killed trust. And then the next year and a half of it not getting enough content is the thing that people now remember instead of the 87 it's got on OpenCritic, because people really liked the game at launch. So a good product that launches and maintains said launch is what they need to rebuild trust.
But from a campaign perspective, I'm guessing Halo CE will be the test bed for how people respond to their take on a Halo campaign.
I want them to just do crazy shit that no one's going to expect. I
don't know. Look,
Go full
with
woke.
the CE remake. With the CE remake, I keep imagining cool scenarios. You know, like what was the name of that? You know how that amazing Halo level before you end up on the Covenant ship, the stealthy part at the start
yeah.
with the sniper rifle, Truth and Reconciliation.
Yeah.
I love the start of that level so much. I love the start of that level to death. The way it's all stealthy and like I enjoyed being able to do that part at my own pace and just taking them out, popping them from a distance. It's why all my favorite levels in FPS are stealth levels, all gilded up. Cleaning house in COD. Like, I don't know what it is about stealth in FPSs that I love so much. I adore it. I love it so much. So I just keep thinking about that in Unreal 5 and how it would look and how they can make it feel and all the darkness and just have everything with, you know, maybe in a reimagined Halo CE, the night vision aspect is just built into Chief's visor. And you just press on the directional pattern. It just
Yeah, it
just
so
comes
much.
straight
that
across
was
the
the
visor.
ODST-ish thing, yeah, except for not yellow.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that wants them to be like, okay, yeah, don't worry about third-person vehicle controls. Like, go really gritty and go first-person and warhogging.
Yeah.
People would be like, what?
Need
And I'd be like,
and
yeah.
have a nice wide FOV or else people might puke.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
like, there's just so much.
How cool would
So
it be?
much they could do. Like the
Like,
flood
just-
level, like the reveal of the flood, they could really turn that on its head and keep you like guessing when it will happen, even though
and
you know it will happen.
The IP lends itself to more genres than just first-person shooter. It can
God,
be
we didn't even discuss that.
more.
We didn't
Yeah.
even discuss because no
Multiple
one asked the question
projects.
about it. Multiple projects.
The only time it
what
came up
could
was
they
like
be?
separating multiplayer and single player, but also it can be, do you have other studios do the grunt work while you oversee different projects for your IP, like the way Rare oversaw the Battletoad game. Like you get someone you trust in a cool genre that they know, and then you come up with the idea and you work with them on it. Like there are a lot of things Halo could do well.
So was the insinuation that all these multiple projects are also Unreal Engine 5 multiple projects?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That changes things a little bit. Because I was going to say, hey, bring back that Mega Blocks thing.
yeah.
I mean, that would work in Unreal.
Oh, no, it would. I'm just saying.
You'd
Like,
be
that,
new
that
work.
was
Can we be real
thought.
about Mega Blocks? Halo, you're a big IP.
Switch
I
to
know
Lego.
Mega Blocks, just fucking dump them.
Does
jump
Lego,
on the
but
bandwagon,
does
for
Lego let
Christ's
you do
sake.
guns now? Wasn't that always the thing? Lego wouldn't.
Horizon Zero Dawn don't they have
Yeah.
guns, or is it just a bow and arrow?
It's a bow and arrow.
No, they've got guns.
Yeah.
They've got guns. They're not guns as in military guns, but
They've
there
got
are.
blasters and stuff. If they do in
Yeah.
Star Wars, they've got guns.
I know.
Yes, they do Star
Well,
Wars, and Star Wars
Halo-
has lasers.
Halo was a mature IP back then. Wasn't that the issue? The first game was mature.
Yeah, maybe now it's T
So,
for teen, maybe.
Yeah.
But come on, just look, dump Mega Blocks, all right? Like,
Go to Lego.
I mean, for video games,
imagine
I don't think it
how
matters.
good a Lego Halo trilogy, Halo 1 to 3 could be.
That'd be so good. That'd be so good. Hello, Lego Halo. What names do they use? The naming convention, Saga, like
Yeah.
Lego Halo
Oof.
Saga, Reclaimer Saga, or something like that. Like that could be. Come on, and then you've got a Scarab a Lego scarab, this giant Lego scarab.
God, you can
that'd be
mix and all the Lego blocks.
that could be so fun. That could be so much fun if they just Halo 1, 2, and 3 in Lego.
Boom.
And just
Job done.
But it's like a little third person blastery cool thing. Like that would be really cool, I reckon. That'd be so cool. What other projects could they do if they're doing other projects? It can't all just be FPSs, I assume. There'll be other stuff.
Third-person flood horror game,
Yeah, survival horror-y.
as Jesse and I long wanted, an Oni style,
It'd be a,
Mass Effect style RPG.
but that
set
would
in
be
the
a
Halo
spin-off
universe.
that costs as much as a mainline game.
Yes, it would have to be a massive game.
Halo
There's
Tactics, man. Turn-based.
Halo
Not real-time
Metroidvania.
strategy. Ooh, yeah. Man.
I was
Animated.
just thinking for the CE remake. Imagine if it's you can fly the Pelican, and they have the ring, and it is concave, like what they tried to do with Halo Infinite, but it's just, and you fly to the objectives, and there's side mission, and I'm just like the reality of what
No
Halo
Man's
could be.
Halo.
Anyways, Halo. It's still a badass franchise that we hope to see.
We're keeping John up on this one.
full glory.
A little bit.
Believe in Pierre. Believe in Pierre, man.
And Pierre will
Like
say,
I
believe in the team.
always have. Like I always have.
It's okay
My
to
man.
have hope and faith and believe, and let's see what happens.
Hey,
I would
HAH, Halo Left 4 Dead is firefight.
Yeah, I would really
That's-
I would like a full-on co-op focus thing with loot and all
Yeah.
that. Now, if they, that's also a big thing. Like to maintain things like that is a full team dedicated to it, as we found out with like Last of Us factions. But by default it's up to 4 people, but you can have modes and stuff that are way more. Like something that is Halo shooting as your own Spartan, whose story you make. Like we always heard the rumors and the thoughts of what they wanted to do with Halo multiplayer Spartans, and you were working up to get ready to come to work and fight on the ring, and then it becomes this thing, like in its own modes. Like if you have that and it's this big gear and grind focus thing, it'd be amazing.
Hey, and speaking of Unreal Engine switches and speaking of other projects, all of a sudden, that Battle Royale's back on the menu. If there's one thing we know Unreal Engine can do, it's a Battle Royale.
Again, though, live service games, Halo, there are a lot you have. If you're going to do a live service game, it's the one thing you do. So they'd have to.
Isn't it
partner
funny
up.
as part of all this story, we heard how Halo Infinite 2 was cancelled, and I think Tatanka was also, wasn't that part of it as well? That the Tatanka
was
supposed thing was
repurposed and
cancelled?
then is apparently cancelled, but this is it's a single source story from Mr. Rebs on YouTube, and it's from an employee that openly says, "Yeah, I was let go from 343 as part of the culling." So I don't know. Were they working on the next iteration of Halo in whatever engine, Slipspace, and then it was cancelled? Do I find that to be likely? Yeah, I don't imagine they were sitting on their arse.
Yeah.
But they made a call and they've moved across to Unreal, and it's not really that big of a news thing to me, even if it is accurate. I don't know.
The industry in times of slowness is fueled by rumors
Yes.
that they all say they hate until they're not
Yes.
making any ad money.
And then they love them. Much like us.
Thank you, Ecstasis.
Yes.
I was about to say, speaking of stuff that they would choose when to talk about, apparently there's a big Game Freak leak going on right now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
on
I saw
Pokemons.
I wonder
It's
if they'll
like-
choose to
it's
cover
like-
that or not.
It's code for the games. Yeah, they'll cover it.
So
Will-
I
will
get
they-
it when you.
Won't they think of their friends in the industry and not cover it?
Most of them don't speak Japanese. It's what it's when you've got buddies and stuff, and especially when there is employee or customer data, real bad. Everyone still covered friggin' Capcom, and that was the worst one with all that with the customer data. But like, yeah, I get not wanting to cover that side of it, but I agree with like the Greg Miller take, which is like the video game side of stuff is just out there. Yeah, it's gonna get talked about.
Funny how much they pick and choose what leaks to cover.
That's humanity.
Now, are we going to go to the remaining community questions that are about just random other stuff, or are we going to go to name a game / what year media?
It's his name and game.
Yeah, and then we'll finish off on those random questions.
All right.
Why not?
Hitting the button.
Okay.
Button is hit. Hello, everyone. We're back.
As it's known, as part of the Xbox Era canon, all three of us love and adore our Patreon community, which is a lot of you guys watching right now in chat. And every week, we love to award game codes by playing as your champions through silly, ridiculous radio show type games where we guess the names of video games or we guess the year they came out, all of that jazz. If you want to be in for a chance to win a game code by being a legendary Patreon member, you can head to patreon.com/XboxEra and sign up for as little as a cup of coffee a month, which you should do if you want to support fiercely independent publications like us, because you are literally our bread and butter and we love you. Nick, who are we playing for this week, my good man?
I am playing for Greg Carter, and John is playing for Laser Wolf.
I mean, no offense, Greg. Laser Wolf's a pretty cool name. I'm torn. I want them both to win, but let's see what happens. Jesse, what's the theme this week?
Games good for cloud streaming.
Okay.
Things that aren't latency dependent, Nick.
Okay.
So your roguelikes, your turn-based, your things that aren't going to require your split-second timings. No Sekiro in here.
Okay.
All right. Number one.
Good theme.
2 words for the answer. The clue is also 2 words. Those words are Circular Champion. Circular Champion. I'll put it in chat. Oh, I can't put it.
Oh my god, this should be so easy. Why can't I think of it?
I don't know, but this game just left Game Pass. I bought it for $3. I played it a lot.
Oh my god.
Circular Champion.
This should be so easy, but I'm trying to think of a game.
This game is a small single-person indie title, I think maybe out of Russia, that was in Game Pass for over a year and just left. It's been given away on Epic Games Store. Nick owns it. It's really good. Super Amiga almost graphics.
Circular Champion.
Brick got it.
Circular Champion.
2 words.
Did you review it?
Circular? No, I wanted to, but I never got to. I streamed it a few times. But yeah, Brick knows because I mentioned the price. Sick Mechanico.
Yeah, this is Loop Hero.
Correct.
Nice.
Fuck.
Thank
All right.
God.
Oh my god, this next one is so fucking dumb. All right, the next one's incredibly stupid. These are in there, of course, for the lovely partner of Idle Sloth Cat, because she likes them when they're really stupid. So here we go. I will put this in chat. It is boop boop boop. Sheep noise hyphen east to west map lines hyphen middle of the first dragon shout.
Hold on. How many words is this game?
1.
Oh.
Sheep noise hyphen east to west map lines hyphen middle of the first dragon shout. 1 word.
East to west map line. That's the
John.
part that's getting me.
Balatro.
Correct.
Fucking
I had the bar. I
row.
had the bar, and I'm like bar, and then middle of the first
feel
dragon shout.
So smart.
What's the middle of the first dragon shout?
Da! Row.
Fuzroda.
Row.
Balatro.
Balatro. Latitude. Ba. Sheep.
Okay.
Look, how the fudge else can
the
I
only
say
part,
Balatro?
The only part I got was bar.
Yeah, there's no way to say Balatro.
I feel so smart right
Better.
now. I'm just gonna revel in my smartness.
It works. Hey, Gary Bark was almost there. He said, Balat? Question mark. You almost got it, Gary. All right, everything's reset. The next one,
East to west map.
also
lines.
pretty dumb. It is in chat. Concluding, pipe-dream, dots on a screen, amended edition.
Yeah, but again, how many words?
4 words. Sick.
Final Fantasy
Yeah.
Final Fantasy 1 to 6 pixel remasters.
No. What?
Come on,
I
it's
mean,
what
it is. The Final Fantasy Pixel remaster is Final Fantasy 1 through 6. He said it.
I know, but it's Final Fantasy Pixel Collection.
Pixel remaster.
Yeah, it's remaster, bro.
It might be the
gonna
remaster
Google.
collection, but it's a
It's gonna
remaster.
Google.
It's literally called Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. Nick.
Remaster Collection.
The collection is the 6 games.
Yeah.
But yeah. When you look it up on the store, it says
Final
says-
Fantasy Pixel Remaster.
that's all it says on the store. It is a collection of 6 games. If you buy them all,
I
they are.
know, but he didn't get the name right.
What? Yeah, he did. It's literally
I
called
literally
Final
said
Fantasy.
Fantasy 1 to 6 pixel.
Okay.
But that's not what it's called. It's called Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. That is the name.
Yeah, but we all know it's the remaster 1 to
Come on,
6.
But it doesn't
All
matter
right,
if
all right.
we know what the
But
content
let's
of the
play on
game
as if I haven't.
It doesn't matter. No, don't be like that when you're all about being fucking specific. No. The name is Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. It's not called Final Fantasy 1 through 6
Holy
Pixel Collection.
Shit.
No. That's not the name.
Hey, look, I typed Final
When have you ever let me get away with, oh, roundabout, you know what I was talking about? When have you ever let me get away with that? Never. No.
Didn't like that. Didn't like that clean sweep, Jess.
Yeah,
No,
this
it's not about clean sweep.
This makes
It's
me
not
feel
about
worse
clean
about him
sweep.
as a person, but we'll let it go.
That's not about,
we'll
you
let the tantrum
never
go
let
on.
me get away with stuff like that. Ever.
I've never met
I'll tell you what.
such a
I'll tell you
sore
what.
loser.
Jess, why don't you put a poll up in chat? Chat can decide.
Oh,
Is
yeah,
Nick-
because I'm sure I'm going to win that fucking poll,
Everyone
aren't I?
loves Nick. Everyone loves Nick. If Nick
Nah, bullshit.
is right,
never-
I will rescind my point and we'll go with however the chat wishes this to go.
You never let me get away with, oh, close enough.
You're like, that's not the words. That's not it.
And he got it wrong. It's not Final Fantasy 1 through 6 collection pixels. No, it's the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. That's what it's called.
He literally said Final Fantasy 1 to 6 Pixel Remaster.
But that's not
'Cause
what
he
it's
wasn't.
called. That's not what it's called.
It's called the Final Fantasy. It's called the FF12 VI bundle
No,
on the
it's
store.
not.
On the store,
it's
Nick.
FFPR. No, it's Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster. That is the name of it.
How's
This
the poll
is
looking?
this is the most pathetic thing I've ever heard. I think. This is up there for like the most pathetic thing I've ever heard.
No.
What's
got it
the
wrong.
chat saying? Have I won or do I need to?
It's just
Oh,
literally
you
just
actually
wrong.
lost. Surprisingly, you actually lost. I'm shocked. I thought they're just
I
going to be
think-
smart asses
Let me just get
and
rid of this.
vote
Boop.
against me regardless.
So on the store, it's called Final Fantasy 1-VI bundle. And then every game is called Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy 3. If you want to break it down, you would be wrong too, Nick.
No, it's Final
But
Fantasy.
look at
Pixel
what's at the
Remaster.
very top. It just, yes, which the words John used. The
This-
key art, okay, the box art for the game literally says Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster and then lists Final Fantasy 2, Final Fantasy
Bro,
3, 4, 5, and 6.
Bro, your words concluding final pipe dream fantasy dots on a screen pixel amended edition remaster.
Yeah, and he said
Don't
all that.
give me
He
the
just
fucking
put,
shits.
He put the 1 to
No,
6
he
in there.
didn't.
He said
So
Final
that's-
Fantasy
what's the
1
next
to
one?
6 pixel
So he got the
remaster.
wrong thing.
Sad and it's
So he
uncomfortable.
got
Let's
that
do the
wrong
next
thing. So he got it wrong.
This
Let's
is
do the next one.
Technically correct.
We'll
Technically
keep
correct
going.
is the best kind of correct.
We'll keep going.
And
Just
I
know
even won the
this-
fucking poll, which was always going to go against me.
Oh, except for it didn't. This is the most pathetic thing in the history of Name a Game, but it is what it is.
Bullshit.
I don't know
I
if
have Quick
anything
UX
has
makes a
ever
really good
been more
short out of
pathetic
this.
than this. But we'll.
2 games,
have a
2 to
3
1.
minute short.
'Cause I got the right answer.
All right, next
games,
one.
2
Who's
points
going to
to
win?
1.
Sick or the bitch? It is Kill the Tower. Kill the Tower. Nick.
Slay the Spire. Fuck
No,
you.
it's Spire, not Spire. Oh, technically correct because of me accent.
Yeah, whatever.
Baby.
Eat shit.
I've been dealing with dumb little babies all day. I don't need you
Yeah,
to be
shit.
another one. Okay, not dumb little babies. They were actually they were funny. I was very confused. God.
2-all. It's for the win.
What? You didn't get one before?
I got Pixel Remaster right.
You
I
are
gave
not
the
getting
right
that
answer.
point.
Why? I got the right answer. He got the wrong answer.
Wow. You not only don't want him to win, you want the point. No.
Because I said the right answer.
No,
Why
I will
wouldn't
take
I
a point
get the
away
point?
if you to keep this up. The next one is 2 words. To get to those words, you need to figure out what is Funky Jamboree space heaven. Funky Jamboree space heaven.
Is this 2 words?
Yes, I said 2 words already, but you're too quiet, too much constantly bitching to ever actually listen. 2 words. Funky Jamboree space heaven.
Funky Jamboree Heaven. I think I know the first word, but I don't know the second word.
I was not expecting to have full-on Trump moment during this show, but here we are.
Yes, because me being right is a Trump moment, is it?
Yeah, that's what he thinks too.
Funky Jamboree Heaven.
Starting the timer.
I know the first word. I don't know the second one.
If you know the first word, it's real easy.
Can't think. Why? I can't think of a game.
3, 2, 1. Disco.
All right, can I give what I think the first part? Oh, okay, I was totally off. I was going to say party.
Disco Elysium.
Okay, I was going to say party. I'm like, party something.
Party all the time. Party all the time.
all the
Party all the time.
My girl.
All right.
What a song.
Next one. Who's going to win? Sick or Special Trumpy Nick? We've got Down on a Compass space field colon the rod of sincerity.
Oh,
6
shit.
words.
Oh.
Down on a Compass field the rod of sincerity. Nick.
South Park, The Stick of Truth.
Correct. Now we're tied at 2.
Yeah.
Kinda tied at 2.
Should actually, really, I won. Because I got Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster correct.
Oh, what? Oh, shit. Nick lost a point on the scoreboard. Whatever happened there. All right.
Yeah,
Next
whatever,
question. Maybe I won't clear this buzzer. I don't know. Maybe I'll give John an advantage since Nick handed himself one earlier. I'll be sporting, unlike Nick. The next one. 3 words. Those words are The Placard Chronicle. The game itself is also 3 words. The Placard Chronicle.
Shit.
Man.
John, check your DMs.
Oh, whatever. You guys have to fucking cheat to beat me.
He's beaten you almost every week this year. Even when he's super tired. Starting the timer.
This is on the tip of my fucking
7,
tongue.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Banner Saga.
Oh,
Fuck.
yeah.
I was going to say the something story. I'll say the something story. And I couldn't think of it. Fuck.
All right. The next one going into chat. It is Duration of Tradition, rebuilt.
Duration of tradition. Oh.
This is a Game Pass game.
Shit. Oh my god.
I can give the only hint I can give immediately hands it to one of you probably, so no hints.
Yeah, I know, but like that first word, as simple as it is, it's throwing me in terms of a game name.
Starting the timer. We're only gonna have 2 left, and you better get one because I don't have any more, or else no one wins for the first time in Name a Game history. Timer's going. 9, 8, 7, 6,
Tradition,
5,
tradition,
4.
Tradition.
John did the video for this one last month. 3, 2, done. Age of Mythology Reforged.
Tradition mythology.
Yeah, I didn't make that
your
connection.
cultural tradition, your mythos, your mythology.
Oh, that's a stretch.
It's literally a direct synonym for it on Merriam-Webster's own website.
I did not connect tradition and mythology at all.
Yeah, the chat's like, it has to be Age of Mythology. Everyone in chat, Age of Mythology, Age of Mythology, Age of Mythology. They all got it. You numpties.
Whoops.
All right, I got 2 more.
Okay.
The next one's a game I reviewed. It is Dimmest Lockup 2. Nick doesn't watch any of my reviews, so he won't know. John might.
Dimmest
A
lockup.
recent review before Gamescom.
Dimmest lockup.
Senior Bean, these are synonyms from Merriam-Webster. Yell at them if you feel like it. I don't care.
Dimmest lockup 2.
Man.
John for the win.
Darkest dungeon. Is it 2 like 2 lines?
he
like
got it
Roman
wrong.
numeral
He
2?
got it
Oh
wrong.
no, I got it wrong.
Oh,
I
get
didn't
fucked.
specify the type of 2 correctly.
No, they're the 3 words. You didn't just add words in that weren't there.
Well, that's it. Despite
You
the
still
stupendous
literally,
efforts.
you
Stop
still
the steal.
literally had to cheat and deny me a point for him to win.
For the record, if the situations were reversed, there would have been no argument from me because quite clearly you got the question correct.
No, there's been plenty of times where if
There
I don't get it
definitely has.
exactly right, he doesn't let me have it. Let alone literally adding words
If
that
you
don't
say-
exist in the 4 he gave us.
If you say every word that is in the title of the game, I do not know that I have ever not let you have it. If you say every word that is in the title, go find some evidence, baby ass bitch.
Okay.
All right, next one, final one is
Oh, well, that was the final. I just turned the chat back on and I just saw my score.
appreciates witching hour stars. 3 words. Appreciates witching hour stars.
Appreciates witching hour stars. Oh, shit.
I streamed a lot of this year. It's really good. Lord Cognito talks it up all the time.
I know the middle word, which should be giving me the other 2 words, and for some reason I can't get it. I know the middle word.
A game that's great for cloud streaming because it is turn-based.
Oh, I know what this is. Yeah, Nick, it's
Thank you
Marvel
for
Shadow
the clue.
Suns.
Marvel Midnight Suns.
That's the
Marvel
one, yeah.
Midnight
Correct.
Suns.
There we go. In the most dominant 983-0 victory, Sika Mechanico has won.
Yeah.
Over.
He won.
You know, I got to show you guys something insane. And I know people say don't.
Hang on. Sorry,
Oh.
Jesse. I don't want to stop you. Nick just said Marvel Midnight Suns. The full title is actually Marvels.
I said Marvels. I said Marvels.
I said
Not
Marvel.
gonna-
There's an
Well, I think-
apostrophe S there. I said Marvels.
We'll have to go to the tape and make sure, but I'm going to trust you. But all right, I'm going to
Oh,
show.
and you know fucking what? Even if I didn't, at least I didn't add fucking words that didn't exist in the ones Jesse gave us. 1 through 6. Where did he have 1 through 6 in his 4 words that he gave us?
This is what I'm thinking of whenever I look at Nick now. This is a real thing. You can all buy it. You guys will see it in 20 seconds. This is real. Not to get political, but this is a real thing that I saw on TV today being advertised, and my head blew up. And it really
Oh,
hurts.
is this the fish?
Yep.
Yeah, it's good. I liked it.
Nothing's showing. I'm seeing blank at the moment.
It's showing up now.
Oh, there it is. There it is now. Talking fish. Oh, Donald Trump talking fish. Okay.
That mouth looks like something that a fish mouth shouldn't look like. All right. I just had to get that out of my brain, so now you've all seen it as
It
well.
would have been like me saying Marvel's midnight term-based Suns, and then you'd be like, yeah, that's right.
Cling on
Even
to
though
it.
you added words that just weren't even there.
It's so
Mate,
sad,
I was just
John.
looking at the list of answers that Jesse gave me, and he put one to say, what?
Oh, shit. Sorry about that, John.
Oh dear, that was fun.
Yeah.
For an inconsequential thing that wasn't that big of a deal. But congratulations to Laser Wolf. Sorry, Greg Carlin.
Please
you
reach
were
out to
robbed.
me, Laser Wolf.
Reach out to Jesse in either the forums or the Discord, and you can have a game code. Lucky you. Because the better man won.
What is it you can't face?
The cheaters won.
Oh dear.
No, you had 19 chances to actually finally win, and you failed on every one.
Okay. Imagine
Anyways.
not giving a point to someone who actually gets the right answer.
I mean, one person said all the words in the game's name while referencing that it is actually a bundle of 6 games.
No. They added words that weren't even there. You didn't. Where were your synonyms for 1 and 6?
Let it go.
Where were your synonyms for 1 through 6?
Your
Where were they,
OCD.
Mr. Balatro?
Your
Mr.
ass-
fucking comes up
your
with synonyms
OCD.
for parts of words.
For particularities mixed with your rampant desperation to win everything you do is eventually
Yeah, okay.
going to get someone to beat you up in real life.
Comes from the person that broke Balatro into 3 fucking things, but you didn't add 1 through 6 as synonyms. You just had Final Fantasy Pixel Collection.
Remaster.
Or
You're wrong.
remaster.
Boom.
You just had
Discussion
those
over.
4 words. You had nothing to do with 1 through 6 in there.
He was saying,
He added
oh,
that.
it's the Final Fantasy 1 to 6 piece pixel remaster.
Doesn't
That's,
matter, man. It was
yes,
wrong.
it does. Because I don't care.
doesn't
And
matter. It
I'm
was
the
wrong.
authority.
It was
I'm
wrong.
the running this meaningless game show. It doesn't matter. There is no set law. I could
We're
technically
friends
do
here.
whatever I wanted. And you just have to live with it.
Let it go.
Because I'm bigger and stronger
Indiana?
than you.
Indiana, let it go.
That's right there, Dad.
Indiana.
Okay.
You want to do
Wrap things up.
you want to do the
Questions.
form one first? I'm on the form one. Form. Robert Brinko.
So we have 3 community questions left.
I should put that on stream.
But
Nick hates our patrons.
before we do that, as you all know, we love our patrons very much, which is why we have community questions, because we appreciate that everything that the patrons do for us.
That's correct.
And
I know you wanted to steal Laser Wolf's victory from him, but
But
I
that
guess
was because
some
he
patrons are worth
loved
more than others.
our other patrons so much as well. It was eating him
Correct.
inside. He wanted
He
them
was
both to win
torn.
somehow.
Yeah.
Torn Raptor, our CEO. Yeah.
So we appreciate that the patrons are the major reason we get to continue doing what it is we do. And with that, as everyone has always known from the start, community questions are one of the best perks of being a patron, as well as seeing my face.
One of the
each
only
week.
ones because you guys haven't done it Sick and Nick's Flicks in so long.
It's true.
Yeah, I know. It has been a while, hasn't it?
It's been too long.
It's just been one of those tricky
If
things.
we
Been
can
very
get
busy
it,
this week.
try and do a couple of them soon.
We would have been able to do it yesterday if my son's basketball game wasn't moved back 2.5 hours. It went from 11 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. and we usually start at 8 a.m. So they completely screwed us over. Community questions. We will go with the one from the form, which is, Robert Brinko with the naughty kids.
My
that
favorite
have
guy
his phone.
today. I love you, Robert. Please take
Robert
better
Brinko.
care of your phone.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Have you guys tried the beta, and are you looking forward to the new COD? I haven't played since the Modern Warfare reboot, but I tried the beta, and it was pretty fire. I like the beta too. I didn't mind it, and I'm very much looking forward to Black Ops 6.
I did not play
yeah.
a lot, but I quite liked what I did.
I didn't try the beta at all, but I think with everybody going all in because it's a Game Pass release for the community, I think it's going to be fun to just be able to jump in and play games together,
And
no matter
and
what time
zombies
they
too, like being in there if you got a group of friends. There's a lot
There's a ton of fun
of stuff.
to be had. And while I think of it, like this kind of stuff lends itself well for really great community game nights as well. As a reminder, this coming Monday in the evening, hope to do a community game night, first one. See if we can play some games together. I might end up being on my ROG Ally, but yeah.
I even hit the level cap on the beta, which I never do.
nice.
Wow.
I got to level 20 where it caps you. I think they then opened up another cap, but it was right at the end, and I was like, I don't have time to get to the second cap. But I got to the level 20 cap. That's how much I played it. It was good. I quite liked it. So yeah, this should hopefully the campaign is great. Hopefully. Next question. Lee Layfield. Hola. Now, what is this word? I can't. Is
Leyendas.
it leyendas?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hola, leyendas. Hope everyone's having a great week. So much they'd smash the like button if this week had one. Hey.
Please do.
With all the Ubisoft talk going on, I thought I'd rebuy some of their games. The Rayman Legends and Origins games still hold up. Yes, they do. So does South Park The Stick of Truth. But oh man, Prince of Persia The Lost Crown is fantastic. Oh, fuck yeah, it is. First time I played Pop, it bugged out early on, which upset me. Now, months later, I started again, and yep, it's up there with Hollow Knight and Metroid Dread. P.S. I hope the hurricane hasn't affected you or your loved ones.
We're good. Some family members lost power for a bit. Leyendas means legends. I looked it up.
Oh. Yeah, we're all good hurricane-wise. Both of my loved ones, both Jesse and
There's
Kate,
actually one
and
coming
Amanda.
south of you because the Atlantic is way too hot. And there's one that supposedly could end up in France and then into Germany.
Yeah,
Which
that's all right. It's a bit far away from me.
So thankfully never lost power, never lost nothing, except for a whole bunch of money buying a lot of food that now we have to eat through for the next month.
Yeah, cool. And Prince of Persia is incredible.
Good game.
Prince of Persia is amazing. It might just be, I think, my game of the year.
Yeah,
It's
definitely
held.
up there.
It's held there. It's held there since January, and I reckon it's still there.
And it's going to get nothing at the Game Awards or on most websites.
Not a chance. They won't even acknowledge its existence.
Game Awards is a full-on Astrobot, maybe metaphor, because Atlas has been pretty screwed over in the past. They've never gotten it because most people, and I talked about it a bit in some various Discords and chats. It's like the Game Awards as a concept is really hard, simply because unlike movies, you can't play everything. I can go and watch every nominated movie in the few months that they have between nominations and showtime.
Yeah, that's true.
You can go watch 6 movies in a day. You cannot play 6 video games in a month most of the time, depending on your job. So, like, how many people that vote are going to have played 100 hours of Metaphor to beat it? How many people that vote have gone through 40 hours of games that are that length? You might be able to go through a lot of short stuff. You might have things that you had to cover for work. It's just really hard for any one voter to truly know everything for such a broad game of the year category. It's how you get something like best ongoing game to freaking Cyberpunk for patches and not actual, like, it just, God, that one killed me. It was amazing year for the game, 2.0 and the DLC, but that's not an ongoing game because that was some of the last content that game ever got. God damn it. I hate game of the year. It is
Game of the Year
too
sucks.
open. It should be by genre. That's the only way it makes sense, because Balatro is amazing, but it's nothing like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth or Space Marine 2. They're not comparable in any way. It can be a fun mental exercise, but it means so much for people and for companies, and it's just a very select group of games that will ever have a chance.
Yep.
Banned game of the year.
Well,
Ban it.
no, just get us on the panel. Come on, Jeff. Come on, buddy.
You play like 5 games and
We're
Nick
the
plays 2.
mega boosters.
I've played
We're
so
the
many
mega-
games this year
That's
already.
true.
We're the
Finally.
mega boosters.
Yeah, mega boost it up.
We're the mega boosters. We're going to make sure Halo Infinite wins 2024 Game of the Year
Ongoing game.
because we're mega boosters.
Sea of Thieves will
last-
get in that ongoing game category this year at least.
Forza won't.
Last question. Good old Collingwood. Hello, John, Nick, Jesse. There's a local TV show that is common to all your countries, and that is Gogglebox.
Yep.
How do you think you would do commenting on TV shows? It seems to be the thing to do reaction videos. How about a recurring series where all 3 of you comment on trending internet videos? It could be called Gogglebox. Here's my problem with that show, because I keep hearing people talk about Gogglebox. It's fake. No one is acting as themselves when they do it.
Well, the moment you see reality TV, you know it's fake. It's all scripted. It's always massaged along by producers.
They know the camera is on them, so they're not going to be themselves.
I've heard worse, like the UK version, they will pay a small amount for like food, and then they will just, you don't even have to have watched the whole show that you're watching or reacting to. They just give you that one specific bit. That's what I hear. I don't know how true that is,
I
but
have
it's like imagine like reacting to Game of Thrones, but you've never watched it and you're watching 15 minutes and you go, oh, you know, like it's a weird one to me.
What is Gogglebox? I've never heard of it.
It's
you know how
normal
Gogglebox-
people reacting to standard television across all sorts of things, from politics to
Anything.
you know
anything.
dramas to sitcoms
Yeah.
to whatever.
Is it even in the US?
They're just reacting. He was saying, how about a recurring series where all 3 of you comment on trending internet videos? It could be called Gogglebox. I don't know. Every time I've seen clips of Gogglebox, I'm like, how does this work? Like, they know the camera's on them. They're not gonna. They're either
Yeah,
gonna.
I've been with partners that like to watch it, and it is moderately entertaining.
So it was
At
a
least
show
in the
called
UK.
The People's Couch
Oh,
on Bravo
God.
for 4 seasons in the mid 2010s. It's not a thing here. I've never heard of it, nor would I ever watch it.
It's. I don't know. I always just found it forced. Like, they either overreact and add the salsa, or you can tell. Like, you know how I thought Gogglebox would work well is if. But I doubt legally it could ever happen this way.
You need everyone to
that-
sign off on it if you're secretly.
So what would
filming
happen
them.
is, let's say a relative of someone thinks they'd be funny in Gogglebox. So they tell the producers of Gogglebox, hey, my cousin would be perfect for your show. I'll let you guys in to plant a camera and record him watching this. And then once they've done it, then they'd have to approach that person, obviously, and say, hey, do you give us the permission to play this on Gogglebox? And it's pure, natural, real reaction. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's difficult to do. Like, there's a comedian here in the UK called Michael McIntyre, and he's got this bit. He's got 2 bits that kind of, they're not really to do with TV, but there's one where he works out and breaks into a celebrity's home, like in the middle of the night, and then wakes them up, and then brings in, like, and it's like a quiz show, but you've just woken up, it's 2 a.m. and you're fucking in bed.
Yeah.
And that's clearly organized with like someone's significant other, and they brought in like a celebrity to come into their bedroom, and they're all like, fucking, like, just waking up. That's really funny. And he does another one called Send to All, where he has a celebrity guest, and he takes their iPhone typically because they're all rich people, and then they'll write a text message on their behalf. So they unlock it. He writes a text message. It's usually something bad, and sends it to everyone, and then reads out the celebrity responses. That's also quite entertaining. But like, as soon as you get a random text like that, you'd be like, oh, he's on fucking McIntyre's show. You know, like,
Yeah, I don't know. Gogglebox to me, I've watched bits and pieces of it, and I'm just like, it just feels like they're acting.
Yeah, the average person is a bad actor.
Yeah, it just feels like they're acting to me.
because they know the camera is on them and they're supposed to react.
Yeah, and if you try and break into someone's house in like Texas, you're just immediately getting lit up.
Yeah.
But I have the same thoughts on reactions to video game shows. I can't bring myself to do that forced. Oh my god! Look at what they're revealing. Like I can't bring myself to do that.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
Like,
it is the easiest engagement content on YouTube. That's like Asmongold's entire channel is just reading and watching shit, and then, you know,
there's a YouTuber called I'm just looking him up now because I can't remember. Joey B Toons. Joey B Toons versus the world. He's got 1 million subscribers, and he basically just watches the worst of humanity, like influencers posing in graveyards and all the footage of them, and he just narrates over like
suicide.
Look at this asshole. And he's just basically rips them apart, and that can be quite cathartic to watch because it's not reacting; it's just fuck you.
Commenting on. He's commenting on. That's different.
Yeah.
But I can't bring myself to force excitement about things.
No.
It's just not in me to do it.
Bitching about game shows is really in you, though.
Bitching about game shows.
Like the one we just played.
Because, like, if I was Gogglebox, I can't swear. I swear a lot. So, like, watch this show and comment on it. And I'd be like, oh, yes, okay. And I'd be watching my language and, like, I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen the attraction to Gogglebox specifically myself.
Yeah, I'd never heard of it because it wasn't called that here because people would say, what the fuck is Gogglebox? And never look at it.
Yeah, it's called Gogglebox.
Americans have to dumb it down. It's called the People's Couch.
Yeah.
Is the People's Couch dumber than Gogglebox? They're both pretty stupid.
Yes.
Gogglebox is a stupid name, but it's just a name. It wouldn't make...
Yes.
Brits would go like, oh...
It's a branding thing. Like, the People's Couch is like, what? Gogglebox... It's not like Gogglebox.
What's that show about? There's people
There's also like
sitting on a couch.
Too generalized. There are 8 trillion things that are dumb and everywhere. Like, but you guys always have a go at us just because we're a pretty terrible country quite often. Leave us alone.
No.
Or we'll bomb you via proxy.
Yeah.
But
no politics.
Yeah, no politics. Hey, it's the end of the show.
It's funny. I just saw Gary Barwick make a comment. Nothing tops Jerry Springer. Now, R.I.P. Jerry Springer. Did you know, I just discovered the other day that Jerry Springer's security guard, Steve, who kind of found his own popularity, he has his own Jerry Springer type show. Steve. Yeah, the security guard, Steve, has his own, like, it's like he's carried the torch in Jerry's passing.
Jerry Springer was 100% fake.
Yeah. I mean, did you hear the Jeremy Kyle scandal over here?
No. Who is Jeremy Kyle?
Jeremy Kyle is UK's Jerry Springer. Right.
He used to be
a weasel of a man who would invite these vulnerable people up.
You got to be. You're not allowed to say that in your country. They got enough money; they can sue you if you talk bad about them. I've seen those people that say J.K. Rowling's a TERF, and then she sues them into the ground.
No, I can say I have an opinion that Jeremy Kyle is a weasel of a man. Besides, he's broke now because he lost his show because he's a weasel of a man. He lost his show because it came out that basically they exploited the most vulnerable kinds of people in our society, right? And like they were faking stuff and not providing any mental health support for people. Oh yeah, you're not his dad, or you're not, all of that kind of like horrific reality TV show. But this guy used to lord it on high over these common everyday folk. Why don't you stand up and be a real man? And Jeremy Kyle would get all beer. And then you find out like, oh yeah, Jeremy Kyle like had several affairs and a massive gambling addiction. It's like, go fuck yourself, Jeremy Kyle. But anyway, his whole show got shut down. But man, I don't miss it.
Projection is what you get so much from those types of people. They are projecting what they are onto you.
Brit, we don't really like Chavs was very much a naughties thing. It's all roadmen now. And again, if you're sitting in front of a PC right now and you want to open up a Google browser, go watch some Roadman Pingu episodes and have a good laugh. It's good times. Roadmen are the thing to be worried about.
Also,
now.
that lady who supposedly had sex with prisoners over there was all fake. It was a
Really?
It was an OnlyFans thing. Yeah, it wasn't real.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. It's a shame.
Can't even have proper chavs anymore. And that's the end of the show.
Yeah,
That's it.
it's been fun.
4 hours.
Boom. 4 hours on the nose.
And John's still awake.
was not expecting that.
John's got 2 good weekends coming up, so it's always going to be 6 p.m. It will always be 6 p.m. U.S. John is jumping back next weekend. We are jumping back 2 weekends after that here in America, or one weekend after that, I think.
So I'm confused now. So for the last 2 weeks or
2
so, it's
weekends.
been 9 a.m. Australian time. So from next week, 8 a.m. again,
Same for
Australian
you.
time?
So no, same for you until first weekend
October
of
29th.
So it's the same for you. It's not changing at all for you, Nick, until November 9th for me. November 10th for you. Because we jump back on November 2nd or November 3rd. So that's so I'm a week after John. John's in 2 weeks. You're the 26th, right?
No,
think.
29th is when our clocks go back.
It's a Tuesday.
Oh no, Saturday. Yeah, it is the 26th.
fucking-
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah. So in 2 weeks, John goes back. He's happy for 3 weeks because then he's happy for 2 weeks because we don't go back for that. It's all nothing changes for you until November 9th, Nick.
Oh, okay.
November 10th.
And to end on, we have one last super chat, scarcely relevant. Hey, Nick, still saw that Collingwood didn't make it against Brisbane for the final. I was happy Sydney lost, man. I was so happy Sydney lost.
Schadenfreude.
And I don't hate Brisbane anymore. We beat them in the grand final last year. So what happened 20 years ago is irrelevant to me now. But I was glad to see Sydney lose because they've cost us 2 flags lately. And in the end, after we get Dan Houston, I mean, we're winning next year's premiership anyway. So that's okay. I'll take a gap year. We'll win it next year. That's fine. It's all good. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
As always, we've got lots coming next week from a review for Nomada Studios' new game, Niva. We've got Mechwarrior 5 Clans review now dropping day 1 on Game Pass.
We'll have a Game Pass drop on Tuesday.
Yeah, with the Game Pass drop.
Is it,
yeah,
is
that'll
it
be
literally
news too.
just going to be Mechwarrior and Call of Duty? Probably.
Is it cheap? When does Call of Duty come out?
26th.
26th?
26th. Yeah, okay, so this week after. But yeah, we've got
25th.
loads coming up. So as always, stay tuned to XboxEra.com. If you really love the show and you want to support what we do, head to patreon.com/XboxEra. We love it if you do, especially if you're a long-time listener over there on Spotify or Apple Music or Amazon. And if you are over there, do leave us a nice review because, we don't get enough
5
of those.
of those stars, please.
5 stars. Until then, we'll see you next time. Ciao for now.
Ciao for now.